We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Laura Dominguez. I'm Vice Mayor and Chair of the Public Safety and Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee. Today is Wednesday, May 22nd, and I'm joined by Vice Chair Commissioner David Suarez and the other committee member, Commissioner Joseph Magazine. Commissioner Kristen Rosen Gonzalez will be arriving later today, but we are joined by Commissioner Tanya Bott and a little later by Commissioner Alex Fernandez. And thank you to the city administration who is here, Assistant City Manager Mark Taxes, and also from the legal team, Attorney Mark Fishman, and the liaison for the committee, the fabulous Stephanie Ray Brooks. Stephanie, are there any announcements?
Yes, we have a couple announcements. We have one item that is going to be deferred. Item number 8, discussions regarding beach concessions, regulations, and layouts to ensure that sufficient areas remain available at all times for public enjoyment of the beaches. And we have 2 items that have been withdrawn. They are items number 27, discuss Normandy Sud Homeowners Association's 2024 priorities, including renaming the Normandy Suds neighborhoods. And item number 20, discuss whether the city charter should amend to provide for a strong mayor of government. And this meeting is hybrid. You could dial in or use Zoom. The dial-in number is 312-626-6799 or 888.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. So we'll kick it off with item number 23.
Item number 23 has a time certain of 10 a.m., which is discuss designating the city of Miami Beach a blue zone city and all the benefits and costs associated with embarking on the undertaking. And this will be Parks, and someone will be presenting from Blue Zones.
This is sponsored by Commissioner Bott and Commissioner Suarez. Would either of you like to tee anything up?
Yes, please.
Commissioner Bott.
Thank you. So I'm sponsoring this item because we are undertaking a monumental change in what we want our city to be. And you've all heard me say, plan for the city you want to be, not for dealing with the city that you are. And we are talking about changing the way we are perceived around the world, the way our residents get to enjoy our city, the way our businesses and visitors are able to enjoy our city. We already have a lot of the makings of what makes a blue zone city work. We have ample outdoor public recreational facilities. We have a strong sense of community in some respects. But what the blue zone city is, and I've got Sid Stoltz from Blue Zones and Danny Buettner to talk about it in more detail. But it is the opportunity to really craft a cohesive way of living that highlights things that we really care about here as a community. And there's a way to do it in conjunction with the Blue Zones group and to do it in a way that doesn't have a huge drain on our budget. In fact, it can very easily be done with sponsorships to get us started, and the net savings on things like healthcare for people who live here, people who are city employees, and the increased revenue for restaurants and grocery stores and businesses who participate in this certainly add some financial incentive to doing this. But moreover, or more importantly rather, the reason to do this is because we are trying to shift away from a party till you drop city and to be a city that has entertainment of all stripes, but is really focused on quality of life. And I can think of no better quality of life than feeling fit and connected and healthy and part of a blossoming, burgeoning community, which is what Blue Zones seeks to do with its proven path forward. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Sid Stoltz, who is on Zoom, and Danny Buettner, who is with him, to introduce themselves and talk in more detail about Blue Zones.
PJ, if we could unmute them.
I think I'm unmuted now.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, Tanya, this is Sid. I'm not sure, I can't see you all now, but I can see my name and I hope you can hear me.
We can.
My name is Sid Stolz. Okay, thank you, Tanya, for that introduction. I know a few of the commissioners, and personally, I want to thank all of you for all the hard work that you've done. I've been a resident of Miami Beach since 1996. I live at the Murano at Portofino, and have been very excited about all the changes that you, the commission, have implemented since you've been on board. So very excited to have this conversation about potentially assessing Miami Beach to become a Blue Zone project. As Tanya said, we are focused about increasing the well-being of the entire population of cities, and we think Miami Beach is a perfect place to assess and then potentially become a Blue Zone city. So I will be a big part of the team here. I know many of you commissioners will be able to answer questions, and I'll turn it over to Danny Buettner, who is the head of our business development and our chief growth officer, to explain the process that we are recommending for Miami Beach. Danny?
Thank you, Sid, and thank you, Commissioner Bott. Everybody can hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. I'm Dan Buettner Jr. Chief Development Officer. I have the privilege and honor of working with an amazing national team that gets to lock arms with communities that are already on a journey of reimagining what their community narrative is today and going forward. And a lot of that, as you might not be surprised, is how do we create one that leads with quality of life, leads with well-being, economic development? How are those dynamics brought together into a coherent strategy that's accountable and that manifests for people? And we get the call at Blue Zones to come in and not do something to your community, but be jet fuel, bring an evidence-based model, bring a brand and some media and some sizzle, and some national experts, so that the end result is not just another Blue Zone story or Blue Zone community, but a Miami Beach story. A Miami Beach. So although we've done this Blue Zones thing 90 times across America, over 10 million Americans, we've never done Miami Beach. And so we have a process. We have a process that for the first 6 months is to get to know each other. It's a little speed dating. It's a little, is Blue Zones a good fit for Miami Beach? Is Miami Beach a good fit for what we do at Blue Zones? What's the voice of the community? So we have a qualitative process in our assessment to get a sense of schools and employers and people and faith-based community and policy. What's the quantitative profile of well-being? So we have third-party partner at Gallup to baseline and measure well-being, so we get a sense of the subjective. And then what could a Miami Beach blueprint look like that would be unique? Because of course Miami Beach is frankly its own animal. So how would we co-author that for outcomes? The deliverable of that 6-month assessment is the report, right? Qualitative, quantitative report around well-being. So it really focuses on the dimension of a well-being strategy for the entire community. The second deliverable is recommendations. If you guys want to go do this, here's where we would start. The third is a proposal for a 5-year partnership to do it with Blue Zones. And then the final deliverable is our team works with probably a couple of you, but a couple members of the community to develop sponsorship. So at the end of the day, this is not taxpayer-funded work. This work is resourced by not predominantly not-for-profit health systems and health plans. As you might expect, they have a lot of value capture that comes with improving the health and well-being of an entire city.
Thank you.
I'm going to pause there. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Bond. Vice Chair Suarez, would you like to move this to the full commission?
I move it.
Second. Joe?
Sure.
All right. So on to the next item. Thank you so much for the presentations, and we'll hear this at the full commission.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, next item is 28.
Thank you.
Item number 28 is to discuss a request for resolution to notify city via LTC of any demolition application applied for within historic districts. It's a planning item.
This is my item, I'm trying to concentrate. I lost my place.
I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you, Debbie. If you would tee this up, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. So this discussion is regarding the demolition of buildings within historic districts. As I think most of you are aware, in March of this year, a state bill was signed into law, which is very specific. It preempts the city from our normal demolition process for a very specific portion of the city. Our normal process is when a building within a historic district is proposed for demolition, that they would go through the public hearing process at the Historic Preservation Board. What this law does is for properties that are partially or in whole seaward of the coastal construction control line, it preempts us from that public hearing process. It requires the city to review these demolition permits only in terms of the Florida Building Code, the Fire Prevention Code, the Life Safety Code, and other applicable requirements that would be for any other similarly situated property. We have outlined in our memo the areas that it would affect. It affects portions of 5 local historic districts as well as 1 local historic site. And what this discussion proposes is to, because we can't have the public hearing process, to create an LTC when a demolition permit is applied for in these very limited areas that would be posted on the city's website to increase transparency for all affected parties.
Thank you, Debbie. Do either of you have anything to share?
Yes, just a quick question, Debbie. Certainly fully support of this, but my understanding from the Unsafe Structures Act or bill is that a property in one of our historic districts could be demolished with a demolition order from any building inspector. It wouldn't just have to be in the city, so this could come from the county or things like that. Is that correct?
That's actually been the law for as long as I've been here. If there's an unsafe structure through anywhere within the city, and that is ordered to be demolished, it can be demolished without the public hearing process. However, if that property is within a local historic district, and this will continue for properties that are westward of the CCCL, we do notify the Historic Preservation Board at a public forum, and then the after-the-fact requirements for demolition are triggered, which does require that public hearing process. So a demolition order for a life and safety matter, that hasn't really been affected by this law. What this law does is it looks at certain properties that are along the ocean, basically, and says you don't have to go to the Historic Preservation Board even if it's not an unsafe structure. If it is an unsafe structure, you don't have to go to the board. If it's not, you still can bypass the board, which means you're bypassing the public process.
I guess where I'm going with this is it wouldn't just have to be a Miami Beach building inspector that could issue not a demolition permit, but essentially say this structure is unsafe, that then would allow the building to be theoretically demolished. So
That is correct.
when we're talking about this here, will we only be notified? Can the demolition permit only be issued by our city? I just want to be sure that we're capturing any type of demo permit. Of course, this will capture if we get one from our city, but could this actually be a permit granted from a jurisdiction outside of our city?
So that's a very good question. So the Miami-Dade County can issue a demolition order. However, Miami-Dade County cannot issue that demolition permit. That order would then go through our city building department process, and our building official would approve the permit.
Okay, so we'll be capturing everything. So
Correct.
yeah, certainly fully supportive. I move it.
Great, thank you. I'll second that. And Stephanie, Commissioner Bott would like to co-sponsor this item.
I'd like
All
to
in favor?
co-sponsor as well.
Okay, and co-sponsor
Yeah, I will
Commissioner
as well.
Fernandez and Commissioner Joe
Could I
Magazine.
just put on the record, Madam Chair, with this, because one of the things that's concerning about this, as Commissioner Magazine has mentioned, is the unsafe building aspect of this, the unsafe structure aspect of it, and that a simple unsafe violation could yield a demolition permit. And it almost, for me, it seems like, you know, perhaps we should be more aware of when a property reaches that unsafe threshold, of when a property might be issued an unsafe violation, because then that all of a sudden now becomes almost like, for lack of a better term, like the low-hanging fruit for someone to come in, or a developer to come in, or some predatory person to come in and take advantage of the situation to circumvent the regulations that otherwise a responsible property owner would have to abide themselves by. So I just, you know, want to put that out there because it's just something that we may want to
Thank you.
consider.
Thank you. So we'll move this to the full commission, and then we'll go on to item number 32.
Item number 32 is discussion regarding possible restructure of the Next Generation Council. This will be presented by Commissioner Magazine and his aide.
Yeah,
Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you so much. Certainly, it's been a focus and priority of mine of getting younger people involved in our city. I think, you know, in any democracy, you need to be represented by a large and diverse array of your residents. And I think oftentimes in our city, it's been more skewed away from some of the younger people that are living, working in our city. So I think we've had challenges in getting this committee real traction, and just want to give this a chance to see. We're not going to force a square peg in a round hole, but to the extent that we can revive and actually make this meaningful, I can promise you we are not just going to do this ceremonially or as a waste of time. If I could just give 1 minute over to my liaison, Lewis, my aide that will be the liaison for this committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, board members. So there's just a couple of proposals that as the liaison I'd like to make, just to make sure that we have this continuity. Really quick ones. Standardized term limits to what other committees have, 2 years and maybe 4 years term limits, just to make sure that people can have a longer term there. Lower the quorum maybe to 6. And also, you had discussed in a commission meeting prior to expand age requirements to 40 years old. Now, I'm going to give you for and against for this. 4, this is basically because you have rising life expectancies across the developing world. And on top of that, if we want beach residents to participate actively, then, well, basically with individuals needing, you know, more money to live here, you would need people that are a little bit farther along in their life. And, well, a good point against would be that the UN definition for young people is from 18 to 35 years old. So there you have a couple of points for and against. And currently we have 4 applicants and 2 appointees. The people are there. And last but not least, we had also a proposal to have like a sort of an event either at Cafe Bernie's or at Medium Cool, Commissioner Magazine. And I'm sure the other commissioners would also like to either participate or help that occur. And yeah, if we want Miami Beach to be better than the next generation, to be better than this generation, we need the support from the current and previous ones. So please help us out with this. Thank you.
Wonderful. Commissioner Magazine, would you like to move the item?
Certainly, I mean, I would just add that, 40 is young, very young. So I'm very supportive.
Okay, so moved by Commissioner Magazine, seconded by Vice Chair Suarez. And I'm in favor, so we'll move it to the full commission, and then now we'll go on to item number 14.
We have 14 or 12? 12. Okay. Item number 12 is discuss citywide survey of alley conditions specifically, but not exclusively, lighting, pavings, and drainage issues.
Commissioner Bott, and it's co-sponsored by Commissioner Magazine.
So this is an item that I brought because we have lots and lots of alleys here in the city and lots of nefarious doings in those alleys. It came to light, no pun intended, as we were doing some work in North Beach and talking to business owners about drug dealing that's happening in the alleys behind their business. So as we revitalize the area around the Normandy Fountain with new businesses and people coming in from all over the city and actually outside of the city to go to some of the restaurants and stores that have opened up there, that part is great, but behind those businesses, it's not great at all. And the grading is questionable, so after a rainstorm, it pools for a while, it doesn't drain as quickly as it would like to, so it's like straight out of Central Casting, it's like flickering lights and, shiny pavement and asphalt and lots of hidden nooks and crannies for people to do things that they're not supposed to be doing. And we would like to make the back alleys of North Beach and the city as a whole as safe as the front storefronts are. So with that, I will turn it over to our inestimable colleague, Joe Gomez, to talk about what he's doing, and then maybe we can have a quick conversation about it.
Thank you, Commissioner Bott, Madam Chair, Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Suarez, and Commissioners. So in the memo, we've detailed for you some of the activities that our Public Works team is conducting citywide. That includes pavement assessment of streets and alleyways, as well as conditions of sidewalk throughout the city, lighting enhancements, and also drainage enhancements. I'll just briefly touch upon each of them. In terms of lighting enhancements, as you know, we've been diligently working on a total citywide smart street lighting enhancement. Our current project, which will be let the summer of 2024, which is Phase 1C, and it's GEO-bond funded, includes about 1,400 lights that will be retrofitted citywide in different areas, including North Beach, Mid Beach, and South Beach as well. And that'll be just Phase 1C. There'll be a second phase, Phase 2, later on when Tranche 2 GEO-bond funds are committed, that will take care of approximately another 8,000 lights citywide. Pavement condition, and that includes sidewalks and streets. We had a consultant complete a assessment of combined between the sidewalks and streets of over 300 miles that were assessed citywide to look at the condition of these sidewalks and streets in terms of what would be the priorities. We've included those reports for you in the attached memo. But in essence, we've ranked those in terms of the worst conditions. Sidewalks which are cracked, that need full replacement, those will be prioritized, or if we have a priority 1 through 5. Same thing with resurfacing. I did want to mention that based on the assessment that was done of the sidewalks and the streets, our general condition overall is a favorable condition. But there are specific areas that we need to address, and that's been prioritized. And we'll be doing that again. A lot of it is GEO-bond funded, and so we are continuing that program. We started that program under Tranche 1, and now under Tranche 2, we're going to continue those improvements. And lastly, stormwater, which I know you brought up as well. As you know, we have we updated our stormwater master plan, which was approved by the full commission. That includes 20 projects citywide that are what we call critical needs. That'll be done over a 10-year period. In addition to that, our Public Works team goes out in specific locations where we seem to have a specific problem and address those on an as-needed basis as well. So that is kind of a summary of what I've included. I'll be happy to address any questions you have.
So if there is a problem area identified, like Biarritz Court, that is not high enough necessarily in the planned work that is scheduled out, that can be elevated to your attention and a team go out to survey and say, here's what we can do, you know, as we're waiting for the bigger improvements.
Absolutely, Commissioner. We certainly can do that. And as a normal course of business, our team does that in specific areas that we're called upon. In alleyways, we get a lot of residents sometimes that will reach out to us about an issue in an alleyway, and we'll go and address that. I should also point out that most of the lighting, not all, but most of the lighting on the alleyways are FPL lights. So we work closely with FPL when an issue is brought to us that there's some lighting issues to address with FPL.
I don't want to put you on the spot, Chief Acosta, but I'm going to put you on the spot. Just a ballpark. Is there a sense of the ratio of crimes that happen in alleyways? I mean, drug dealing and that kind of stuff for sure. Is there a sense of, is it 5%? Is it 50%? Is it even tracked? It might not even be tracked.
It's not tracked in that manner, ma'am. Paul Acosta, Deputy Chief on behalf of the Miami Beach Police Department. It's not tracked in that manner. An arrest is an arrest, and we just track the location in terms of an address. So, for example, if something's occurring in the 1000 block of Ocean Court, that'll come out on the arrest form, but we don't specifically look for alleyways across the city in particular. But we certainly can, well, in our experience, you know, folks look for dark and hidden places to do nefarious activities, sometimes not just out in the open. So there is in our experience, folks that do partake in those particular areas of the city, yeah. Not just for narcotics activity, by the way.
What else happens in alleys?
Other stuff that's not related to this particular topic.
Well, this was a good discussion. Thank you for the update. There's no vote here or go back to the full commission, but I know that I call Joe Gomez for different areas all the time. I appreciate your responsiveness. Same for DPD, so I really appreciate it.
Right.
All right, so let's close the item out, and then we'll go on to item number 14.
Item number 14 is discussion regarding the potential adoption of an ordinance regulating excessive vessel noises with a certain distance of residential areas. Will be City Attorney and Police.
Okay, so this item was sponsored by Mayor Minor, and it was back in 2022. So if I could get an update from City Attorney's Office and MBPD on this.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Mark Fishman, Office of the City Attorney. So as you aptly mentioned, Mayor Minor, then Commissioner Minor, in 2022 brought this item forward because he was getting, and I believe some other elected officials were getting complaints from residential waterfront property owners about excessive noise emanating from vessels. At the time, unfortunately, the only mechanism that our police department had to enforce these violations of this loud music was 7-26.1 of the Miami-Dade County Code. However, that is really meant to address engine and exhaust noise because it's measured by a decibel meter, where they're in violation if it's more than 90 decibels at a distance of 50 feet. That was problematic. I won't speak for the police department, but it's a little problematic to use the decibel readers out on the water. However, they did a good job of gaining compliance just through other means. Nonetheless, as this commission, I'm sure, recalls, this commission unanimously approved modifying the city's noise ordinance 46-152, and Miami-Dade County actually did likewise with their noise ordinance 21-28 to specifically include music, noise emanating from vessels to be captured within their ordinances. So what it does is it now gives the police department that ordinance, those enforcement mechanisms whereby for music that's, you know, in the residential neighborhoods that's disturbing the peace, quiet, and comfort of neighboring inhabitants, if they should get a complaint, or even if they note it on their own volition, they can either arrest the individual, physically take them to jail or issue a promise to appear pursuant to the county ordinance, or they can issue a civil citation notice with a fine pursuant to our ordinance. So I think this commission deserves credit for getting that done. I think it was in February of this year that ordinance got adopted.
Thank you, Vice Chair Suarez.
Paul, how many, from what Mark just mentioned, how many issues of citations how many citations have we issued for that noise ordinance since it got implemented by our commission?
Sir, I don't have that exact number. My apologies for not having that exact number for you today. I know it's a new ordinance. From what I understand, the Marine Patrol has been gaining compliance whenever they approach and they identify a vehicle or a vessel that might be exhibiting excessive noise, and they get compliance by asking folks to turn it down. That is my understanding of where we're at currently today, but we're going to continue to monitor, track, and then, of course, enforce whenever we observe it occurring in our waterways. It's a great tool that the commission adopted, and we generally have problems in and around Monument Island as it pertains to this particular matter, which a lot of our focus on the weekend is around that particular area. So I'll be more than happy to get you that feedback as soon as I know.
Do you think you can bring it back to the next?
Yes, sir, I can.
Next
Yes, sir.
meeting? Great.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Okay, well, thank you. I'm so happy that this item's already implemented and in place. We can close this item out and then move to item number 2.
Well, if it's possible, to just leave it open because I want him to come back with the data for.
Do you want it with an LTC or do you want it?
That's fine. LTC
Okay,
is fine.
so let's, an LTC in 30 days or sooner?
30 days.
Okay, LTC in 30 days, we'll close out this item and then go to number 2.
Item number 2, discussion regarding persons promoting public disturbances and lessons learned from the experience of other cities, and this is a police item.
Okay, so this item was sponsored by Mayor Minor in May of 2022. And update from MBPD, please.
Good morning again, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Back in 2022, everyone here is a witness to the experience of spring break and how difficult it was for us to manage the large crowds and the influx of college students from all over the country. And we did have some issues that we had to contend with. So after spring break was concluded, we took a look at different cities across Florida to see what they experienced during spring break and how perhaps some of those measures can be instituted and brought to our city on top of what we do, and to see if we can manage spring break a little better. But since then, 2023 came about, and of course, spring break recently, 2024, and we've been able to really wrap our heads around in terms of strategy and planning, and have been able to really kind of put a lid on spring break for this year. So we've been successful. But one of the things that we did enact and we got from a city across Florida, which was Daytona Beach, was the special event zone that they created. And proactively, we did our research and worked with our legal department in creating one. We modified it in the second week that we had the special event zone. And that proved to be successful for us because it sends a message, a strong message to the community and folks coming here that if you commit violations of law, then there's going to be severe penalties attached to that. So those preventive measures and marketing and strategy and combination of law enforcement support from our partners across the state truly contributed to the success of spring break. So for us in our research across the state, we're done with it. We think that we have a very good model. We're always learning, always trying to improve from one year to the next, and we feel very confident that we have a lid on it, so to speak.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So what I would ask is if you would meet with Mayor Minor to ensure that he knows that you've concluded the research with other municipalities. And with that, we'll close this item and continue to number 17.
Number 17 is discuss the process for determining the appropriate Baker Act receiving facility to deliver a person in need of involuntary mental health examination. And this is a
Commissioner
police
Bott.
item.
Hello again. Excuse me. So this is something I did right after I got elected back in January. at the January commission meeting, because there seems to be maybe an opportunity to do better for the folks who get brought into mental health facilities when they're picked up off the street and they need mental health care. I know that by law, we are able to take our, those residents or people on the street to either Mount Sinai or to Jackson. I would suggest, all things being equal, it's probably better for everybody to get them to Jackson, where they are better equipped to handle folks with really serious comorbidities, mental health and addiction, than Mount Sinai may be. It also, you know, I lived in that neighborhood for a long time, and I'd run out to Walgreens or CVS to do an errand and see people wandering past with hospital gowns on and a plastic bag and nothing else. So I can't really imagine that that is a great outcome for the people who need the care that we're trying to provide. So I'd love to hear from the experts to talk to us a little bit about why decisions are made the way they are. I've heard some anecdotal information that that perhaps, well, I'll stop there.
Thank you, ma'am. The expert is right to my left, but I'll open it up by saying that, you know, every police officer on the street has the opportunity to evaluate the conditions on the ground with that particular person. What would fit that person at that particular moment, and also based on our history of encountering the same person over and over again, the team develops a rapport with them, so they kind of understand where they're at mentally with their issues that they may have, or whether it be substance abuse. And choosing the appropriate facility that best fits the needs, I think, is what gets evaluated on the ground and what's most appropriate at the time. Keeping in mind that we want our officers to be back in service as quickly as possible. So whenever possible, we utilize Mount Sinai as our first choice as a receiving facility for all things Baker Act. But Jackson has a more robust program as it pertains to the substance abuse help and programs that they have available to them. So it really depends on what's the issue in front of the police officer engaging that individual. Sergeant Berrien?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the dais. I mean, I can't say it any plainer than that. He's absolutely right. The Deputy Chief is absolutely right. The decision is made at the time on the street by the officer who encounters the individual who's experiencing some sort of psychotic or mental issue at that time. Oftentimes, we'll get calls from residents or business owners complaining about an individual. They may hear this individual make certain statements or act in a certain manner. But when the officer gets there, that officer has to be the one to observe that same behavior or hear those same statements before we're able to take that person into protective custody. Once we make the decision that we're going to do that, we do a quick analysis of, hey, how severe is this disorder? How severe is the behavior that we're seeing? And we make the determination whether to go to Mount Sinai at that time or to go to Jackson. If it's something that's very severe, they're going to Jackson. If it's something that's kind of minor, a few statements that are made, a bit of odd behavior, we're going to take that person to Mount Sinai. And that's just how we make the determination.
So the officer who is going to be transporting the prospective patient cannot let the reported statements or behavior influence his or her decision-making, is that right?
So if we're given that information by a witness, we take that into consideration, but then we start to ask questions of the individual who's exhibiting those behaviors or making those statements to see exactly where they are. Sometimes people act a little differently when police aren't around, obviously, right? But if we're doing our investigation or our analysis of the individual and none of those things, none of those statements are made or none of those behaviors are exhibited, then we cannot take the person into protective custody. We can make, hey, you might want to go to Mount Sinai. We can offer our services that we do. We can do a lot of things, but we may not be able to take them into protective custody and take them to a facility.
And how much pressure do the officers feel to go to Mount Sinai instead of Jackson because the time constraint issue. I mean, traffic is always a bear. I don't know how different the intake or drop-off process might be between the two. I just fear that in the quest to do the right thing, lots of different factors obviously play in. I don't want the time off the street to be one of them if the person would be best served, even if it's less convenient, to be at Jackson.
So just a quick answer to that is there's no pressure put on the officer to make a decision whether to go to Jackson or to go to Mount Sinai in terms of time and getting back onto the streets. The supervisors worry about those things like that, but the officer that's on the scene, he or she will make that determination to where they need to go, because they're going to be the best person to do it, and they'll let their sergeants know if they need to go out of the city to go to Jackson. They're not going to be under any pressure at all.
Have we ever tracked the outcome of where people go, whether they go to Mount Sinai versus Jackson, what the resulting actions are, if people are getting better help from Jackson, like there's not as much recidivism, they're not caught up again? Do we have any of that information, or is that something we could put together?
So I don't know that we track that the way you said it. Is it something that we can look at? I believe so.
I'd be interested in getting that information. It's not super urgent given everything else that's going on, but in the next, couple of months, whatever is a reasonable time frame to pull it together, I guess, as an LTC, and then.
Excellent.
And then, if it warrants a further conversation, it could be referred back here.
Thank you, and thank you for the update, officers. Commissioner Fernandez, we're going to wrap this up. Would you like to speak?
Yeah, I want to thank Commissioner Bott for bringing this item forward. I have to say, as someone that lives very close to the hospital, there's a public right-of-way, an alleyway right next to my house, between my house and Alton Road, and there's been a number of times that we've woken up to find an individual that either escapes the hospital or is released by the hospital, is found there, or you see all their papers they're left behind and released. I think it's from the 6th floor ward over at Mount Sinai. And, we have to consider, is this what is best for our community? And I support what Commissioner Bott said, somehow being able to track the recidivism that is experienced, and do we get perhaps better results by sending this population at their time of most need for most help to the place that perhaps can give them the best support. If it's Jackson, maybe we should be considering Jackson. So I support you and support your approach, and would love to be a co-sponsor with you.
Vice Chair Suarez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. How many Baker Acts have we done this year?
I don't have that information handy right now. That's something I can get to you. That's not a problem to get that.
Ballpark.
I don't know. I can't tell you how many, because I deal with my people. We got the whole department that does Baker Acts throughout the entire shifts. So I don't want to give you a ballpark figure.
What was that? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. What was that, sir?
What part of it?
The last comment you made?
I don't want to give you a ballpark figure of, I don't know.
And would it be possible to know how many of the Baker Acts you do are repeat offenders?
Yes, we can find that out.
Okay, so I guess that's another LTC that this committee can request?
Okay, that's not a problem.
So ideally, it would be for the last 3 years and this year.
Okay.
For Baker Acts committed.
That's 3 years and this year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got it, sir.
No problem.
Thanks.
And through the chair, if I could, just one quick question.
Yes.
And this isn't scientific, Sergeant. This is more just asking for your anecdotal observation. It seemed to me in years past that we had somewhat of a static population of people that clearly weren't mentally well on our streets. And maybe in the past 2 years or so, there's I don't want to say an increase, but a different population, right? It seems not the same static population of, there's this person again, the ones that we were familiar with. Would you share similar observation?
So I often say that we are getting a more aggressive population of homeless folks, of folks that are experiencing mental health issues in our city. And we're more aware of it. So they're coming from cities close by, they're coming from cities far away and they're coming from other states. We have people coming in from California and New York and all those different places like that. And when they show up, they're in the midst of their psychotic episodes, and we deal with it.
That's helpful feedback, I think, to tackle any problem. You first need to identify it and then tackle some of the root causes. So given that information, hopefully you'd be okay if our team follows up on that to try and, collectively work on addressing this.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we'll close out this item. We'll look for LTCs with the information requested from the body here. And we'll move to item number 4.
Item number 4, discussion regarding the status and potential enhancements to the City Ring Doorbell Camera Program, which pursuant to an MOU signed in 2019 seeks to make neighborhoods in Miami Beach safer by incentivizing residents to install and utilize Ring doorbell cameras, thereby allowing residents and the Miami Beach Police Department to share critical crime and safety events and information via the Ring Neighborhoods platform.
So this item was sponsored by Mayor Minor in 2022, so Commissioner Minor, and so MBPD, welcome back.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll open it up for Major Campbell. But back in 2018, we proactively looked at a partnership with the Ring company, Ring Doorbell company that everyone is quite familiar with, in terms of providing an extra tool for our investigators to be able to decrease the amount of time that they're knocking on doors, looking for video surveillance pertaining to a crime, with perhaps utilizing the Ring platform in being able to gather video electronically from potential witnesses in the community that have Ring doorbells. So that program was introduced back in 2018. I'll turn it over to Major Campbell, who currently oversees the investigative division as the commander.
Yes. Good morning, Madam Chair, commissioners, and everyone else in attendance. Major Javon Campbell of the Miami Beach Police Department's Criminal Investigations Division, here to speak on this item. As Deputy Chief Acosta mentioned, this initiative started in 2018, where it enabled our detectives to be able to identify residents who have Ring doorbell cameras, and they asked them to upload their videos via the Ring platform to try to gather any evidence. The initial intent of the initiative, the initial intent of the program was great, and we still find it beneficial because the more tools we have access to, the better. That being said, since 2018, technology has evolved, and there are several other companies who offer doorbell cameras in addition to Ring. Fortunately for our detectives, through Axon, we're able to provide a link for any resident or anyone to upload a video regardless of the manufacturer or provider of their camera for our detectives to be able to view. So while we appreciate the Ring platform and we do plan to utilize it as needed, we are committed to accessing all methods of video regardless of who the provider is, and we're committed to solving every crime that's committed in our city to make everyone feel safe.
Thank you for the update. So we'll close this item out, and Deputy Chief Acosta, when you meet with Mayor Minor, if you will update him specifically since this was his item.
Absolutely, Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Suarez.
What is the potential enhancement? Or do you guys have any requests?
No, sir, not at this time. We currently have a contract with Axon, which is our company that provides tasers and body-worn camera for us. So that ecosystem that we currently have under that contract provides the latest and greatest ability to get this information from potential victims or witnesses out in the community. But it ties into everything else that we do on our other platforms within our organization. So this is currently the method that we use most because it's just easy to use, and it ties in all of everything, reports, video, and things like that. So.
Okay, thank you. So we'll close that item and then move to item number 15.
Item number 15, discussion with possible action regarding the city's implementation of noise meter and camera pilot program.
Okay, this item is from 2023, and it's from Mayor Minor. And Deputy Chief Acosta.
Good morning again, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. This program is it was a phenomenal opportunity for us to really take a look at what's happening across the city in terms of what's causing the extra noise, and then focus resources in those particular areas to try to mitigate the noise coming from vehicles and things of that nature. The program has taken on many iterations. It's very, very complex in terms of the technology and the partnership that we have with this particular company. Major Garcia, who oversees the technical support division, him and his staff have been leading this pilot program that started a few years ago and is here to provide an update.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I've learned a lot more about noise than I ever wanted to learn, but through this program. But to provide the latest update, unfortunately, there has been no legislative change in the state allowing us to do any enforcement from by using a camera system to enforce noise. So throughout this pilot program, what we've done is take the opportunity to try to learn as much as we can about when noise is occurring and how these products can inform our enforcement efforts. So as you can see, there's a thorough memo that's been provided. I will say that one of the most astonishing findings that we've come across is that the incidents seem to be a lot less than what we all think. So I think what happens is the few cars that have loud, that are exhibiting loud noise are heard by many different people at the same time. So that comes across as many incidents when in reality it's, we found that there's very few incidents per day and per hour. In fact, when you look at the excessive noise over 100 decibels, we're looking at in all three areas where we've deployed the cameras, an average over time of about less than one incident per day, and
What?
less than one incident per day on average.
That's one in what?
Less than one incident per day on average.
Okay.
As a final update, the noise cameras were updated to a third generation earlier this year, right before spring break. We are on the verge of reinstalling those to try to get a look at what the third generation does. The company has made incremental improvements to their system, their platform, and their hardware. So we'll take a look at that last upgrade. They've signaled to us that they want to end the pilot that has been extended, over, it originally, I think it started as a 9 months, or I want to say maybe it was, I forgot what the initial term was, but it's been extended over a year and a half. So I think we're going to end it this summer at some point, but we'll come back with a final report if that's what you desire.
I think I'd like to move this to the full commission so it could be a discussion with all of us. And it is interesting that you're saying that there may be one incident heard by many people. One particular area that I hear complaints about loud cars often is south of Fifth. They do have that. And I also was concerned to hear that no legislative changes have allowed us to move forward with some items, and I do know that Mayor Minor would probably want to hear that, and he has been in contact with the governor on other items. Maybe at the full commission, it would be a decision that whoever our lobbyist is for Tallahassee for next session could potentially bring this item as something to lobby for on the city's behalf. Is everyone, Vice Chair Suarez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we have a program now where we have sound detection devices throughout the city. And where exactly are they placed?
Our original locations were 41st Street and Indian Creek The south location was 8th Street and Washington Avenue, and the north, the Area 3 location was 1200 block of I'm sorry. Yes, 1200 block of 71st Street.
Okay, and those locations have been there since the beginning of the program?
We've changed we changed the original location on 41st Street when we found that, after a few months, we saw the data that the camera was at an intersection. That intersection, 41st Street and Indian Creek, where every fire truck goes by, every ambulance goes by, every dump truck that was working on the beach renourishment project was going by, and they were causing excessive activations, and we were not able to identify exactly, we weren't able to isolate the target, which was cars of excessive noise.
And who sets the threshold for what the sound is?
There's no threshold per se. We just have to determine we had to make a decision of what we considered an excessive a noise versus just general traffic noise. And if you look at the scatter graph, the way I did that was I looked at the scatter graph on page 3 of the memo, and you can see that there's kind of a dividing line where most traffic is below that line, and then you can see that there's these outliers above 100 decibels that we consider that to be a quote-unquote excessive noise event. So the thresholds are set by statute.
Okay. So before we got elected, the three of us on here, there was an ordinance passed for excessive noise. I think Commissioner Fernandez did that item, where we can cite a vehicle for a modified exhaust system. How many citations have we given out for that?
Commissioner, I don't have that data in front, but we do track that data.
That comes out in a weekly report.
Yes.
So can that be another LTC that you give out? I'd like to know the last 3 years, or since the ordinance was passed, and the rest of this year.
Yes, sir.
And if we're going to be bringing it to the commission,
Back to commission,
yeah. You definitely guys want to have that data with you.
Okay. One other interesting point that I'll make to the chair that she alluded to, noise south of Fifth Street, is that one of the things that we found is that almost 35 to 38% of our excessive noise activations are from exotic vehicles. So south of Fifth, a place where you find a lot of exotic vehicles, it stands to reason that you'd get a lot of complaints.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to item number 22.
Perfect. And just to recap, we're going to have an LTC with the data and take this to commission for full
Please.
discussion. Thank you. And item number 22, discussion regarding MBPD officers being delayed while transporting prisoners to the Turner Guilford Knight Correctional Center. This is also a police item.
Thank you. This item was from 2022, Mayor Minor and MBPD for the update.
Morning, ma'am. 1 second. So, ma'am, in the course of duties at the Miami Beach Police Department, detention officers and police officers have to transport prisoners to TGK, Turner Guilford Knight Center, which is outside of our city limits in, I believe it's unincorporated Miami-Dade County or Doral. And during that process, sometimes, depending on the amount of prisoners that might be processed at that moment ahead of a Miami Beach Police transport van, there's sometimes an opportunity where we experience delays in that processing. This is solely at the control of Miami-Dade County Correctional Facilities. It all depends time of day. Is it the weekend? Is it a busy holiday weekend and things of that nature where more folks are getting arrested around the county? And then here comes Miami Beach with a set of prisoners to be processed as well. So what we do have is we do have ongoing communication with Miami-Dade County Corrections. And from time to time, when this pattern of delays becomes really, really eccentric in nature or over a period of time, we connect with them to kind of find out maybe there was a change in process that we need to adapt to or be aware of so we can, create a different strategy when it comes to transporting our prisoners. We can't help it all the time, but what we are concerned about is the amount of time that our officers are at a facility waiting to process prisoners. We'd rather have them here working on the roads. Currently, as it stands, detention officers are the ones that transport prisoners. Sometimes they might be in a company of a police officer. Sometimes it's a police officer that transports the prisoner, depending on the type of arrest, circumstance, whether injury or the prisoner's violent and things of that nature. You know, all of us have served in this capacity throughout our careers and have made arrests. And sometimes you can get to this facility and it's a quick in and out, and sometimes you're stuck for a while. And it's just the nature of the business. But nonetheless, we try to communicate effectively to try to mitigate it.
Thank you. And in the conclusion of the item, it said that at the next Association of Chiefs of Police meeting, you would schedule time, time would be scheduled to discuss this, to see if there's a way to streamline it more. Committee members, any comments?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Chief.
Yes, sir.
You know, over the years, observed several police chiefs before our previous one, all men I respect very much, and they would, one of the things that they would say, and I'm obviously paraphrasing here, these weren't the exact words, but one of the challenges with making arrests, especially in high-impact weekends, is because of the amount of time it takes police officers off the street. So we've identified the problem, but we never took it a step further and said, okay, what can we do for a solution here? You all are the on-the-ground experts, right? Please let us know what we can do, because we can't just have a problem that we've identified and not address it. So please come to us and say, here's the problem, we want to fix this, this is the support that we need from you. Is it, throwing things against the wall, I don't expect this, but just as an example, the equivalent of a park ranger that could, you know, be for transportation or something along those lines. Come and tell us what legislative support that you all need to fix this problem, and you'll get it from us.
Commissioner, thank you. I just want to add one quick thing. When it comes to high-impact weekends, we partner with Miami-Dade County Corrections, and they actually send us support staff so that when we make arrests, they can receive and process them and then take them over for us. It's not something that they are willing to do on a regular basis. They have their own functions and responsibilities, but that is where we lean on them as a county to help us during these high-impact weekends. It's sort of a way to help mitigate it as well.
Commissioner Bott.
Commissioner Magazine, to your point, I've actually submitted an item, can't remember where it is, wending its way through the process, but to hire or to look at hiring 2 additional jailers, I think they're called, and Chief, please correct me if I'm wrong, but so that we don't have to take our police officers off the street. It's, you know, the arrest is made and then they're transported to our jail facility here in town, and then they are held there, and we don't have to call somebody back off their beat to help transport that group of people to the county facility. So hopefully when that item comes up before us, we'll all be like, yay.
Yes. All right, Vice Chair Suarez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, David Wallach actually had a great idea. I don't know if he shared this with you, but if there was possibly a way where we can have like a correctional bus somewhere on Miami Beach where, you know, the officer doesn't have to necessarily go to TJK. They get processed on a bus. It goes through, you know, the bureaucratic process, and then there's a transport vehicle that takes all of them after everyone is sort of processed. Have you guys considered anything similar to that idea?
Well, Commissioner, we have that as it pertains to our high-impact weekends is what I was referring to. So, like, for example, Memorial Day weekend or spring break, we bring the prisoners to the station as we typically do because we are authorized as a temporary holding facility by the state. We can only hold prisoners or arrestees for 6 hours, and then they must be transported by law. So this helps us alleviate any backlog of prisoners being processed and gets them to the facility a lot quicker. But on a routine, regular basis, we don't have that process in place. We have not explored what it would cost as it pertains to having one of their full-time folks over here on a regular basis. But quite frankly, with the amount of arrests that we have per year, is something that we can manage with the process we have in place. So an officer makes an arrest out on the street, brings them to the police station. There's a processing steps that have to take place, and then that person is prepared for transport by a detention officer and another detention officer or police officer over to the TGK facility, where they get processed there and then they're ultimately released. So we have a process in place that we think
Yeah, I
works
think
well.
the idea was more so for the drug dealers on the street. You get them off the street and you make it very cumbersome to, because there's that saying, you arrest them, they're back on the street the same day. If you put them through some sort of bureaucratic nightmare, where they're physically off the street and they can't do anything, and that's less money to their to the people who hire them to sell the drugs.
I'll tell you something, sir. It all depends on the time of day. As an example, somebody that does get arrested can end up being in custody for quite a bit of time between our temporary custody and the time they get transported and the custody time over at the Turner Guilford Night Center. So sometimes it can be very uncomfortable depending on the time of day and how quickly people get processed. So.
Okay, well, thank you. We'll close out this item and move to number 18.
Item number 18 is to discuss the police department's implementation of the latest crime prevention technology, such as the Real-Time Crime Center, security cameras, rapid DNA testing, and drone utilization. And it'll be a police item.
Okay, this item came up in 2023, sponsored by Mayor Minor and MBPD.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning again. I have to my left the Commander of Tech Support Division, Major Garcia, that can provide an update.
Good morning again, everybody. I will go through each of the 4 categories and give you an update. If you have any questions, please fire away. As far as the Real-Time Intelligence Center, as you all know, this is a high priority project for the city. We have hired 1 full-time real-time crime specialist. We're in the process of hiring our second. We also have 1 police officer working in the Real-Time Intelligence Center as an assignment while he recovers from an injury. As far as the construction timeline, so there's 4 units that need to move out of that wing of the police department headquarters in order for construction to completely begin. 3 of those 4 have already moved out. At the last commission meeting, you all approved our lease for our space that we'll be moving into. So we anticipate we'll be there by June 1st, on or about June 1st. And that will clear out the space so that the contractor can begin full demolition. After that, it should take a few months of construction, hopefully, and before the end of the year, we should have be able to reoccupy the space, including the Real-Time Intelligence Center being open full-time. Drones, we recently renegotiated our contract with Axon that begins later this year. As part of that contract, we've expanded our drone fleet by 5 additional aircraft, and we've now deployed full-time drone operators, not full-time. We've deployed drone operators to all 3 shifts, so there's someone always available to deploy a drone as needed. The types of calls where we deploy a drone are listed in our memo, and those include shootings and homicide scene mapping, traffic crash scene mapping, spring break and high impact crowd assessments, protest monitoring and assessments as allowed by law, homeless outreach program. One of the things we do is we check the vegetation for encampments. We do that on a regular basis. We check the COs to make sure there's no encampments in the COs. We also respond to various types of in-progress crimes. CCTV cameras, as you know, we have a very robust CCTV camera program in the city. We have approximately 1,500 camera views with many more coming online in the near future, including the completion of the beach walk, hopefully by next year. and a large project to cover city parking garages. So that program continues to expand. And finally, Rapid DNA. So Rapid DNA is a crime scene tool that they used for many years back in 2017. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic and other budgetary constraints, that program was discontinued. But I believe there's an item now to renew it and put that back into use by our crime scene unit.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez has a question or comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to touch on a few points. First and foremost, with the COs, a recurring concern that I have is the amount of homeless individuals that we have in the COs. I know that the department on a regular basis does, and you just mentioned using the technology, using drones. How often are we doing this?
I think Sergeant Berrien will be best suited to respond to that.
Again, good morning all. So we were doing it every week at one point in time. Now we're probably doing it every 2 to 3 weeks. And when we do it, we see that there's a need to continue it.
So we're searching the COs once every 2 or 3 weeks?
Once every 2 weeks.
How could we do that a little bit more frequently? Because here's my concern. And again, I understand it's all about the allocation of resources. And that's why for us, it's important to hear this from you all. As we become more proactive, as you all are, and this organization as a city is in its enforcement of its policies having to do with individuals who are camping in public, or as we go about engaging more proactively with our homeless population, the population will move.
Correct.
And so if they see you guys on Ocean Drive, they'll move to Lincoln Road. If they see you guys on Lincoln Road, they'll move to Washington. They'll move to North Beach, to North Shore Open Space Park, or they'll move to 71st Street. They'll move to the COs. I see it on a regular basis. We have individuals who are living in the COs, and not only living in the COs, but damaging this area that's supposed to be protected and supposed to protect us and our residents and our island. What can be done to more proactively or on a more regular basis be leveraging this technology that the department has to search the COs for individuals that shouldn't be in there?
So as you know, we've made a ton of arrests for folks in COs. Those folks seem to come back. It doesn't matter that they get arrested, they come back and we rearrest and we rearrest. We can go back to trying to do this once a week. It's just about coordination, because it's not just police. We got to get sanitation there, beach operations, so that as we move and we find encampments, we can address those at that same time, also with the staff of 771. So it's a pretty big operation that takes a while to complete in the daytime.
What can we do? I mean, I think the expectation is for this to happen on a more regular basis. I get you're doing what you can with your resources, but instead of doing it every 2 or 3 weeks, what can we do to do it on a weekly basis, let's say, at minimum? And it seems I would feel that probably even on a weekly basis is not enough, because I'm sure we'll hear from residents that, see this Deputy Chief, I see.
No, I'm sorry. I guess my facial expressions are, when you just want to jump at something. The answer to your question, Commissioner, I don't want you to belate that. There is more opportunity that we can do. This is something we can do. And we'll work with the other departments to see if we can get everyone together to do it at least once a week. But from our standpoint, if we could throw up the drone once or twice a week, we'll be in a better place. So we'll work on that.
Thank you. And I just want to one other point, Madam Chair. ever since I got elected, the Real-Time Crime Center has been a priority. I'm excited that last year we were able to bifurcate the Real-Time Crime Center from the contract for the rest of the construction project at the police station, and now it's kind of like its own standalone, so they can move at a more expedited pace, following the will of the city commission. You all heard that message, and you all moved quickly to make that shift. Do you feel that you have all the technology that you guys need to support the intent of this facility?
Yes, Commissioner. As a matter of fact, thanks to the commission, I want to say, I forgot if it was the April meeting or maybe March, but you guys did approve a bid waiver for Constant Technologies to do our technology implementation. That was a major step that we needed to get across the finish line. And thankfully, that is all done. I think we're all set. We have our temporary bridge space that we can move to. I think everything is in place to get this moving and done.
And the delivery date for our new Real-Time Crime Center?
It's expected to be this year, yes.
This year?
That's expected, yes.
I'm excited for it.
So who we, sir?
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Suarez.
So I don't know if Sergeant Bear wants to come up one more time. When you say we arrest them and we keep on arresting them for sleeping in the COs, what are you arresting them on? What charge?
For being in the COs. It's a crime to be in the COs, so it's trespassing.
So how many this year have been arrested, or what are the stats?
I can get that number to you. I don't have it in front of me right now, but I can get that to you.
Okay. Can you give me the last 3 years and the rest of this year as well, please?
Absolutely.
Okay. LTC.
Okay, so we will get an LTC with that information. Please give an update to Mayor Minor, and then we'll close this out and move to item number 3.
Okay, item number 3, discussion regarding the Marchman Act and Baker Act framework for assisting persons requiring temporary evaluation and/or treatment for mental health or substance abuse issues, and the city's comprehensive approach and strategies for providing assistance to such persons, protecting the community.
Yeah, some of this stuff has been here since forever. So this was from June of 2022, sponsored by Mayor Minor and MBPD. Tee it up.
Good morning again, ma'am. So 2 areas that we concern ourselves with as it pertains to state statute, and that's the enforcement or the Baker Act provision and the Marchman Act provision as well, 2 separate things. The team quite frequently encounters folks out there in the streets on a daily basis when they connect with them that might qualify for either or. I can tell you that as it pertains to the Marchman Act, the facility for us that works the best and we think provides the best services is Jackson. The Baker Act has the option of both, but we generally transport to the nearest facility, which is Mount Sinai Hospital. The process is, for us, is ongoing. As the team develops a rapport with each and every one of these individuals out in the street, there comes a time where there's a success story. Through the constant contact, and perhaps you might catch that person on a day in which they are really, really fed up with the conditions or what's in front of them. They do take us up on the services that we provide them or have readily available to offer, and there becomes a success story. And over the years, we've had a few of those, and that's the ultimate goal of what we do each and every day, is to get our folks off the street, get them the treatment that they deserve that they may not be aware of, and then get them into a better place in life generally. So Sergeant Bering, if you can talk to a little bit of that, maybe perhaps some of the success stories, and then Alba.
All right, so obviously we deal with 2 different things. We deal with Baker Acts, we deal with Marchman Acts. Baker Acts deal with mental illness and psychotic episodes, and our Marchman Acts deal with substance abuse problems and issues. So back in 2016, we came up with a strategy of how we can better utilize the Marchman process to assist us with our homeless folks on Miami Beach. So back in 2016, several of the laws changed, which allowed the police department to become a petitioner. Before that, it was the family member. So if I had a brother who was under the influence of something, I could go to the judge and ask the judge to commit my brother into a facility to assist him. Once the law changed, it allowed the police officers to be able to do that, to be that petitioner. So what we've done over the years is we've identified folks that are on Miami Beach who are under the influence of some substance, and we become the petitioners. We go to the judge, we develop a rapport with that individual, get some background information on them. We see that they are a constant strain on the services that we have, whether it's police, whether it's fire, whether it's code, that we believe that that person may die on the streets if a judge doesn't intervene. So we create a folder, pictures, all the times that they've been engaged or interacted with by the resources that we have. We present that folder to the judge, and we ask the judge to place them into a treatment facility. We have not been denied yet. Over 65 cases, we haven't been denied yet. That person goes into the facility, 90 days is the initial order, and we monitor them along the way, meaning my team goes out to visit them, we keep in contact with the case managers, so forth and so on. If we see or if we're given information that the person's not ready upon their 90-day completion, we can go back to the judge and request an extension, another 30-day extension. If by chance that person in the initial 10, 15 days or whenever they do, if they abscond from the facility, chances are they're going to come back to Miami Beach because that's what they know. We see them, we can take them to jail or we can take them back to the facility. The program has been very successful. I've been allowed to travel the country to talk about the program and its success, and we are here now. Right now, we currently have 4 people in facilities, and they're coming along just fine.
Thank you. My colleagues, do you have any questions? Appreciate the update. Alba, did you want to say something quickly?
No, just that Alba Terrea, Office of Housing and Community Services. Our team works very closely, whether it's with the homeless resource officers or the mobile crisis units. We've also invested heavily into contracted specialized providers for specialized outreach, as well as pre-treatment, treatment beds, residential treatment beds to help those as they transition.
Thank you for the update. So we'll close this item and move on to number 1.
Item number 1, discuss a potential statewide legislative proposal to provide additional mental health evaluation support and services for persons in need.
This was from 2023 from Mayor Minor and MBPD.
Morning, ma'am. More along the same lines of the constant amount of services that we provide both on the mental health side and the substance abuse side. There's no magic potion, so to speak, to effectively deal with the homeless population and just simply, get rid of it, so to speak, for lack of a better term. But there are things that perhaps that can be added through legislation that will bridge the gap and provide more services to our homeless outreach population. We don't know what the outcome of that would be, but they are suggestions. As an example, a discharge plan with an evaluation by a clinician or doctor within 7 days after their initial treatment, a link to community-based services and community health centers, use of a peer program, facilitation of other barriers that they encounter to include insurance, equipment, wheelchairs, and things of that nature that they might need upon discharge from a facility. And also basic life needs, which include, housing, food, water, and things of that nature, because if they don't have that continuance of care once they're released, they're going to be back on our streets in the same pattern of repeat behavior. So, the city provides an array of services that support the individuals in the community for mental health and substance abuse. We realize that each and every day we're making strides in the community, but it truly, is not enough. So perhaps with some of these suggestions, if some sort of we are in support of any legislative process that would help bridge the gap and provide more services.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief, in the memo provided by the administration, I see a reference to the use of the peer program. Could you expand on that a little bit, please?
I'll touch on it and I'll turn that over to Barrett. So the peer program, for example, and I think we have our best example here that works with Barrett's team. A person that has experienced the homelessness in the past, that has been through the trials and tribulations of getting their life back in order, is now a proponent, is now that example to other people going through that program, and they encourage and they mentor them throughout the program. I think this is something that, if it was codified in some legislative process, would help us out a bit. Bear?
Yeah, so obviously we know who Bo Hall is, and Bo has that lived experience, and he's a direct conduit between us and the folks that are on the street. One of the problems with when you deal with Baker Acts through a hospital facility is going to be HIPAA, and how much information can be provided to that peer. So the peer would probably have to come from the hospital side of it in order to deal with those folks where there is no HIPAA concern between employee and patient.
With the discharge plan, through the chair, evaluation of a follow-up with a client, with a doctor within 7 days after the initial treatment, is that required now, or is that something that is that you all feel that might be?
So that is not required at this time. So the things that are on this list are things that have to be codified. It has to be legislated through. Maybe Mark Fishman can touch on it a little bit.
Sure. And I would imagine, Mr. Attorney, that these would be state policies that need to be amended. It wouldn't be our policies that need to be amended.
That's exactly right, Commissioner. State law would have to be amended.
And are there other jurisdictions, for example, when we talk about a discharge plan, which it seems something that makes sense, but are there other jurisdictions that do this? Other parts of the country, perhaps, that have something similar as their measure of their success?
So not that, right now that I'm aware of. We have a lot of Baker Acts, more so than a lot of other places, local places that we're aware of. So to our knowledge, there's no other jurisdiction or no other agency who has the issues that we have, and or are trying to come up with solutions the way we're coming up with. Again, these would have to come through state legislation.
Okay, committee members, any other comments? So here's what I will ask. When you have your meeting with Mayor Minor, we're going to close this item out here, but if his intention was to have a legislative change, that needs to be a deeper conversation and we can bring something back. So this will be closed, and then leave it for you to discuss with Mayor Minor. Okay, so item number 5.
Item number 5 is discuss options in order to address the police department's concerns regarding the case dispositions data provided by the Miami-Dade County Clerks of the Court.
Okay, this was sponsored by Mayor Minor in 2022, MBPD.
Good morning again, ma'am. This was a process. This was a difficult process back in 2022 in getting outside entities on board with us to provide us with disposition data. And I'm going to turn it over to Major Garcia in a minute, but what we learned quickly was that since we don't manage this data, the data coming back to us was not comparable to what we had in terms of arrest data. So there was ongoing dialogue. There was a process in place to try to get this cleaned up. And I'll let Major Garcia provide the update on it.
Thank you, Chief. Again, Eric Garcia, Tech Services. So this particular item we're dealing with, we're discussing case dispositions at the end of the prosecution process. Specifically, there was a lot of data things that, a lot of data items that we've been discussing, but this particular item is only dealing with what happens at the end of a case and what the final result of those cases are. So back in 2022, we started working with the Clerk of Court's office. The way that we made the request, and they required us to make the request for this data, was through a public records request. We tried to tailor it as specifically as possible to the data that we needed. Obviously, we only need data for Miami Beach. We don't need data for all the other agencies in Miami-Dade County. So that's what we were looking for. The data ended up being provided at some point. We tried to validate it and verify it against our information that we have internally. It wouldn't match up. We tried to work with the county clerk's office. So it's a complicated process because the county clerk has their own IT. They have the county's ITD department also provides services to the clerk of court. And we have the prosecutor's office, which is completely separate. So all these entities have this mishmash of data, and we were trying to get a source of disposition data that was accurate to Miami Beach cases. We worked very hard, including with our own IT department, to try to ensure that the data that we were receiving was accurate, and we were never able to do that. So there's two problems that we ran into. Number one, they would not provide us. They could not provide us with Miami Beach only arrests information, meaning we would get a big data set and we would have to then parse it out to figure out which are the Miami Beach cases. What we ran into is that there's other agencies in Miami-Dade County that use our same case number format. That would cause a big problem. We ended up with cases from City of Aventura in our disposition list, and we couldn't end up fixing that. A second big problem that we had was figuring out how do we continuously update this data? Because as you know, in Miami-Dade County, a case can last from a few hours to several decades. So how often do we receive updates? What do those updates look like? Even when cases are closed, they can be reopened if an offender violates their probation and they get a bench warrant issued. So there's many complexities to figuring out end of case dispositions by us. And again, we're never gonna own the data, so we'd always have to get it provided by the clerk's office. So after much frustration, and we have Frank Quintana from IT who can describe some of those things that I'm not technically savvy enough to describe. What we recommend to the commission is reach out, let's try to have the clerk provide this as a standardized product.
Okay, so this, the urging said for the administration to urge the appropriate county agency or departments. And I'll ask the attorney, Mark Fishman, what does that mean? Do we need to send this to the full commission and the urging would be in that formal manner? Or can somebody pick up the phone and call?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. Obviously, the Miami-Dade County Clerk of the Courts is the owner of this data. It is their data. You could do it either way. We could certainly, move it to the full commission, and the commission could adopt a resolution urging them to provide this data. I do know there are certain commissioners who are also working on this data along with other data, complete set of data with the clerk's office. So either way would work.
Commissioner Fernandez, did you want to speak?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So let me ask you, Captain Garcia. So there's been communication with the clerk of the courts as recently as in the past month on a variety of information, not just this information, but other information relating to habitual offenders and that type of stuff. Where are we in our conversations between us? Have we provided the clerk of the courts with all the information that we're requesting so that they can produce for us what we're requesting?
That's a good question, Commissioner. I know that there was recently a meeting with the new clerk of court who seems to be a lot more willing to work with providing data and be a lot more open with their data. So I really, if you prefer to pass on this item and just defer it, we can maybe reach out to them again.
I would prefer an answer because I facilitated that meeting, I coordinated that meeting, and there was supposed to be communication between our city and the clerk of the courts as to the information that we need from the clerk of the court. So I need to know, where are we in asking? This is an item that's been on the table for 2 years. We finally have a clerk of the court that is willing to collaborate and to cooperate with our city in providing us the information that we need to support the city's law enforcement efforts. And so where are we? Where are we in providing the information that the clerk of the courts needs so that we can deliver on this?
I can't answer that. I was not at that meeting, but I will tell you that as
There was
far as
supposed to be follow,
dispositions,
but
yes.
there was supposed to be follow-up after that meeting. Staff was supposed to follow up after that meeting. So I can facilitate all the meetings that I can in the world, but I'm only a policymaker. It's up to staff then to follow up. So where are we on the follow-up? I see we have our Chief Information Officer,
Yes.
Madam Chair, if I could recognize him.
Hi, good morning. Frank Quintana, CIO for the City of Miami Beach, responsible for the IT department. The meeting that we had a couple weeks ago with the clerk, although for related matters was more specific to a parallel initiative to track repeat offenders and some additional awareness that we were looking for. That meeting came, we had the discussion with them about some of the things at a high level that we were looking for. The discussion ended with an effort to coordinate between the police department, information technology, and the clerk's office and representatives to put together a list of data that we would require from them. That was not specific to this particular topic here, which is the disposition part. There are a number of items that are in parallel. There are similar conversations, but they're
all
different enough.
related. They're all
right.
interrelated.
Correct. They're all interrelated. However, to Major Garcia's prior point about the complexity of some of these things, some information comes from one location, some information comes from three. So it's part of an ongoing discussion. We have every intention of reaching out to the clerk's office again and resurfacing this particular topic. I think that there was a perception at the time that this was closed out with the language that's in the memo, that the clerk's office believed this matter to be closed because it's not something that has a simple solution to it. Understanding that this is something that we want to revisit, I will take that on and most certainly, rehash that discussion with them to make sure that they understand that we want to discuss how we could potentially handle the disposition portion of that. But there is some intra-agency related things that Major Garcia mentioned as well with duplicate case numbers, and that adds a level of complexity that's not a clear-cut, this is how we get you information. So it may be more of a regional discussion, more so than just the clerk's office, because it's going to require a number of agencies to have a stake in that.
Madam Chair, I just want to make sure that whatever information the clerk of the courts needs from us, that we're providing it. And I would like for us, as a follow-up to, whatever that information is that the City of Miami Beach needs, whatever department is in the City of Miami Beach needs to deliver on this or any other related matter that we have having to do with prosecuting individuals and delivering justice to our community, that we submit that request in writing and that request be transmitted to us. In addition to whatever conversations you are going to have, I need to see the request in writing. I need to make sure that we're moving forward with this, and I would like to see an LTC delivered to us in the next 15 days, showing that this information has been transmitted over to the clerk of the courts. We can't make directions at committee, but this is something that I would like to see. I can't direct you to do that, but that would be my desire at least.
Thank you. All right, so committee members, and David had said yes. We want to follow the conclusion that it's the resolution where the city commission will urge the appropriate county and other departments to make disposition data available to all municipalities. If we could move forward with that, and David had said yes before he left, move forward to the full commission. So we'll close that out, and with that, we'll move to number 6.
Okay, item number 6, discuss enhanced mail notice requirements as it relates to the special events guidelines, and this will be presented by tourism, and PD will get a break.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez was the sponsor. Would you like to tee it up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this item, the title kind of speaks for itself. It's an intent to ensure that our residents and our stakeholders are well aware of the special event review meetings that take place for different events coming into our community. I think a lot of times in the past, residents sometimes were caught by surprise when special events were popping up in their surroundings, in their neighborhoods. It created the necessity to enhance the way that we communicate with our residents and their ability to participate in these special event review committees. We passed legislation on this, and we've asked our tourism department to work on enhancing this, and I'd like to recognize Lisette Arrogante to tell us where we are today as opposed to where we were perhaps even a year ago in our outreach efforts and our efforts to engage the community in these meetings. So, Madam Chair, I'd like to recognize Lisette.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, Madam Chair, committee members, Lisette Garcia Arrogante, Director of Tourism and Culture, City of Miami Beach. We have been working, as Commissioner Fernandez mentioned, for over a year now in enhancing our notification for special event community review meetings for our residents. We last provided an update at the March 2024 meeting where we shared all the steps that we have taken in the past year, which is now we publicly notice all of our monthly community review meeting events. We also have worked with our IT department to create a link where residents can subscribe during our main page. Right now, we have close to 3,000 subscribers to our newsletter. We also worked with Neighborhood Affairs Division when we have a much bigger event to kind of do a webinar series. We did that last year with the National Cycling League so that we can kind of share the information of these higher impact events. And since the March update, based on your feedback, we've gone even further now and done even more outreach. And so I'll share that with you today. Working with our city's marketing communications department, we've added the sign-up information to their database, which has about 36,000 residents. We have shared this sign-up page as well on our city's Facebook page, which has about 56,000 followers. Our own arts and culture distribution mailing list, which has about 11,000 subscribers. And our department directly has sent the sign-up information to the ODA, So Be Safe, ADNA, WAVNA, Espanola Way, Collins Park, MBNA, so that they can share within their own networks. In addition to that, what we're doing moving forward with assistance of our colleagues in marketing communications and the Neighborhood Affairs Division is to even further send outreach for this sign-up to the Miami Beach zip codes of 33139, 33140, 33141. And we're also sending it to the database of Miami Beach Homeowners Association. So we'll make sure that we're covered, that we really send this information everywhere so that our residents are able to participate in these special event review community meetings.
Thank you, Lisette. And through the chair, I'd like to ask you, so before we implemented this, what were we doing? A year ago, what were we doing?
A year ago, what we had is we had the special event community review meeting. However, we had not implemented, since your leadership, we have implemented publicly noticing it and done more outreach, but we didn't do any of this a year ago.
Wonderful. And have we seen an increase in resident participation and resident feedback in these meetings?
Yes, absolutely. And we've even noticed, even in our comment chat, that residents have mentioned, I learned about this through the Collins Park neighborhood newsletter. How can I sign up? And so it's really getting out there to our residents.
Wonderful. With that, Madam Chair, I'd welcome any feedback from the committee on any other enhancements that they feel we might need to do to the notification. But I want to thank the department and the administration for seriously taking this feedback on the necessity to well notify our residents and our stakeholders on these events that go into their neighborhoods that oftentimes impact parking or traffic, noise, or just the general quality of life of our residents. By getting our residents and stakeholders engaged from the conceptual beginning of these events, we're able to better mitigate the challenges that in the past we were only reacting to. Now we can prevent these from occurring in our residents' neighborhoods. I'd welcome any feedback from the committee.
Thank you. Thank you for your leadership, Commissioner Fernandez. The city administration recommends that the commission accept the revisions to the special event guidelines. So with that, I'll move the item to the full commission. All in favor?
Great.
Okay.
Thank you,
yes.
Madam Chair.
Turn off your mic. Item number 13.
Item number 13, discussion regarding the viability and utility of enacting additional sentencing alternatives for use by the city municipal prosecution team as to criminal municipal ordinances violation and offenders. And this will be a city attorney item.
Okay, so this item is from Mayor Minor, and it's from 2022, and the city attorney is going to speak on this? Or the city attorney's office is going to speak on this?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Mark Fishman, City Attorney's Office. As you all know, of course, the city has its own municipal prosecution team consisting of 3 full-time attorneys, 2 full-time legal assistants, and 1 part-time weekend and holiday contract attorney to prosecute criminal violations of the city's ordinances. As you know, we're the only city in all of Miami-Dade County of the 34 municipalities that does so and prosecutes their own offenses. I'm very proud to say of our team that they prosecute successfully in excess of 85 up to 86, 87% of the cases before them. With that being said, since this item was initially put on the agenda, there are a number of additional sentencing alternatives that have been adopted. You know, first and foremost, of course, one sentencing alternative is someone can be incarcerated and put into jail upon being convicted. Our police department and our Office of Housing and Community Services Department also can offer services to individuals, whether they're in custody, and maybe that's the low point they hit, and they're willing to, at that point, accept services, whether it be housing or help for a mental health or a substance abuse issue. We've offer that. The commission has also enacted a pretrial diversionary program. We do that through a provider called Court Options, and that allows first-time offenders, if they want to accept responsibility for what they did and enter that pretrial diversionary program and complete specific conditions, to then get their case dismissed so they don't have a criminal record, although the arrest would stay on the record. The commission also adopted probation as another potential sentencing alternative. It's not utilized. It has some difficulties, but it can be advantageous when there's like restitution due in a case, or if we want to get a stay order. Probation allows the court to retain jurisdiction over that defendant to keep those items, restitution and stay orders, in place. The only remaining sentencing alternative, and I did speak to the sponsor, Mayor Minor, very recently, or more aptly, he spoke to me, maybe a couple weeks ago, would be minimum mandatory sentences. And minimum mandatory sentences would essentially be that if an individual commits a certain number, whether it be 3 or 4, repeat violations of a criminal city ordinance, they then would be required as a minimum mandatory to serve a certain number of days in jail, whether it be 5 or 7 or 10 or whatever the number is. I do believe we have the legal authority to do that. It would definitely be questioned and disfavored by the system. You know, again, we're the only municipality in Miami-Dade County that prosecutes its own ordinances. A couple in Broward, I know Fort Lauderdale and Hollywood do so, but they don't have minimum mandatories. Yoey Lopez over there helped me look at that, and they don't have them that we can find. And the problem with those are it might not have the intended impact, because we rely on the judges, who have a great amount of discretion in all our cases, from setting bond and keeping someone in custody to how they rule on motions or objections, or how they even decide the trial, guilty or not guilty. And this might be something that, like I said, might not have the intended impact. But that would be the only real sentencing option. It is viable. The utility, I think it may end up hampering our ability to effectively prosecute and even secure first or second convictions on individuals who should be convicted, due to the fact that they know what's coming for the 3rd or 4th. But that is a remaining option, that minimum mandatory option.
Okay, did you have something? Commissioner Maxine?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Attorney. I put an item on one of the agendas several months ago, talking about enhanced sentencing. In 2017, in Florida, enhanced sentencing guidelines were enacted, which essentially say that any sale or distribution or caught with intent to sell of drugs within 1,000 feet of school zones, colleges, but most importantly for us is a state, county, or municipal park could be met with enhanced sentencing, upgrading misdemeanors to felonies, things like that. I don't know if you're familiar with that legislation we put forward and where that stands, but I guess I'd look for a vessel to which we start implementing that, because in some of our most problematic areas in our city, we're actually under this premise, we'd be fortunate that a lot of it does occur within 1,000 feet of a municipal park. Anything in our MXC district is going to be within 1,000 feet of Loomis Park. A lot of stuff happening within 1,000 feet of Flamingo Park up in North Beach, in parks there as well. So we'd be able to, we have the discretion to really start enhancing some of our sentencing for these drug-related offenses. Do you know where that stands, and could this be added to essentially this guideline here?
Yes, through the chair, thank you. Yes, no, I remember that item very well, Commissioner, and I did speak to our police department. You're referring to state laws pursuant to Chapter 893, the narcotics, and it enhances if you sell drugs or narcotics within 1,000 feet of a school, a park, a daycare facility, community center, there's a number. When you brought that item, that is state law. So when you brought that item forward, I went to our police department, Chief Acosta, Chief Jones, we spoke to them, and our officers are aware of that, and I just reiterated to them, as they know, that when they catch an individual selling drugs within any of those prohibited areas, to identify that on the arrest affidavit. So ultimately, those cases, when they go to the state attorney's office, they'll see that charge, because they wouldn't know necessarily where our state attorney, where our parks are, where our daycares are, but our officers are doing that. I think they have done that. We reiterated it. So then ultimately when the state gets that case and they file their charging decision by way of an information, they don't usually use a grand jury, but by way of information, that enhancement will be there. So in state law, it's happening, and I remember your item, and we reiterated it to the officers. But for our own ordinance violations, it's a little different. But for that one, we're moving forward.
Excellent, and I appreciate that. It's great to hear from the police department as well. But our municipal team, we are prosecuting drug offenses, correct?
We are not in the traditional sense. The only real drug offense we're prosecuting would be the smoking of cannabis or hemp on public property. Okay. And the only reason you do that is because it doesn't require the testing. So we're not, it's really the state attorney's office.
And certainly that wasn't the intent to capture something like that under an enhanced sentencing.
Yep.
Take it to the full commission. Yeah, if there's viability for enhanced sentencing, maybe we vote to send it to the full commission?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Bott.
So it seems like this is a new approach at the 3 strikes you're out sentencing standards that were tried a decade or 2 decades ago with limited results. In fact, some data would suggest that it actually makes things worse, because if a criminal knows that they're, it might encourage a criminal to engage in worse behavior on that 3rd arrest. My concern is if we're trying to curb drug use and sales, which we are, and I appreciate the intent of this, you know, recreational marijuana use is going on the state ballot this month, and it's going to be federally approved almost certainly within a couple of years. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. So to put into place sentencing guidelines which will make judges feel disempowered will perhaps exacerbate a non-violent crime to what could become a violent crime, putting our police officers at increased risk, putting nearby passersby, pedestrians, residents, visitors at risk. I'm not sure this is the solution that we seek for the problem that we're looking to address. Again, I very much appreciate the intent. I don't know if Chief Acosta can address this, or City Attorney Fishman can address this, or this is just something to chew on as we all think about what we're going to do if it moves forward. Again, I appreciate the intent. I think it is going to have consequences that we're not going to be able to unravel so easily, which will have bigger impacts on other things we're trying to improve with our court system, with our judiciary system, and with our police staff who are already stretched.
Thank you. Well, the committee has already voted for it to go to commission, so it'll be something to chew on further at the full commission. All right, so with that, we'll go to, let's see, Fernandez stepped away. And then for number 19, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez wants this heard at 1. Let's move to number 7.
Item number 7, discussion regarding Ocean Terrace and surrounding neighborhoods and the impact to the area due to the lack of progress on the Ocean Terrace redevelopment project, and requesting an update from the administration and City Attorney's Office as to the timeline for the project and city's rights and remedies under the agreement for the Ocean Terrace project.
This item is from 2022, and Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez said that this update could be given without her being here yet. I did.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. David Gomez, Interim Director for CIP. This item, as you know, has been coming back to committee for updates on a regular basis. The last time we were here was in March. I'm pleased to advise that the construction continues to proceed at the Ocean Terrace public portion project, and they are projecting a completion date of January of next year. We are approaching 90% or exceeding 90% of completion of the beach walk portion, and we hope that in the next week or two, we'll be able to complete the inspections that will allow us to put the beach walk into service and remove the detours that currently exist. The developer was asked to be online. I think he's online, so that he can provide an update on the private portion of the project.
Okay, Stephanie, the developer's online to give an update.
Jared?
Okay. Jared, if you could please unmute yourself.
Hi there, this is Jared Green with Ocean Terrace Holdings.
Hi, Jared, we can hear you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. So yeah, we were requested to be present today to just provide an update on the project component of Ocean Terrace. As David Gomez mentioned, we've been very busy with the park component, working closely with the city and our GC to get that built and sort of delivered to the city and the community as quickly as possible. There is a fair bit of motion on the project side. But there's some things I've been working on since last summer. We should have an update that we can share probably for the end of the summer, but at this time can't really give much more detail than that. Obviously, we are more motivated than anyone to move this project forward. We have a ton of time and also resources invested in this 2-acre site. So.
Great. So can you provide the commission with an LTC in 60 days so that we all see what the update is then? And see if we're still on the same timelines?
Happy to do that for the public portion that's underway. As Jared mentioned, there may be some details that I won't be able to provide a whole lot more, but we will include it for sure.
Thank you. Commissioner Bott?
Yeah, obviously this project is near and dear to my heart. I'm very eager to see it successfully completed. I'm sure not quite as much as the folks on the project themselves, Sandor and Jared. But I walked through the park site 3 or 4 weeks ago with Sandor Scher, the developer. It is going to be beautiful, and one of the things that just for my colleagues to know, what I encouraged him to do which he had done very successfully to get to the second iteration of the project, was to invite the neighborhood community in to see what was going on and answer questions, because there is a lot of speculation and distrust and fear about what is going on. And so he had indicated, and Jared, hopefully you're apprised of this as well, that when the park was ready to be reopened, or at least the pass-through part of the park, because the park still has a lot of work to be done, but the pathway to host an event to welcome the neighborhood in, show them what the park's going to look like in the time frame, and give updates as possible on the overall project. I'd also asked him to consider, take a look at trying to clean up the facades that are facing the pedestrian areas of the project, the beautiful old buildings that were part of the historic preservation that we have all fought for, because right now they look like, crack houses, for lack of a better description. They look absolutely awful, and so cleaning that up, at least cosmetically, for the next couple of years while the rest of the project takes place would be very welcomed by the community.
We will be happy to work with the developer on an event for the opening of the beach walk.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to skip 16 until Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez gets here. We'll go to 9.
Okay, item number 9 is discussion regarding limiting vehicular traffic on residential streets and neighborhoods during high impact periods.
That was from 2022, Mayor Minor and MBPD to give an update.
Good morning again, ma'am. This is in collaboration with our partners at Transportation. Whenever we have a high-impact weekend or a high-impact period, or a special event that occurs at the convention center, there are measures that we like to put in place and have research to put in place in cooperation with Uber, Waze, and technology facilities like that to alleviate or remove traffic in and around certain neighborhoods within the community. Bayshore, Bayview, south of Fifth, Flamingo Park neighborhoods and things of that nature. Currently, as it pertains to spring break and Memorial Day, we already do that with the implementation of barricades and security services to prevent the normal tourist type of traffic to come into the residential neighborhoods and disrupt the normal flow of peace in those neighborhoods. So we currently have that in place. This is an old item. If I can grab that real quick? This is an old item, and we have since evolved from that to the point where we're at now. It comes back, it was deferred back in 2023. We also in the process of completing our training of our new PSSs. We have 8 on board now, and we're in the process of continuing to hire 2 more. That will complete 10, and the idea would be to deploy them during high-impact weekends or conventions and things of that nature to those areas that impact the traffic the most. Keep in mind that when we close off neighborhoods, it does force traffic to the main arteries, and any other resident that might not live in those particular neighborhoods will feel the impact and delays of getting to their homes as well. So it's a delicate balance that we have with transportation, but know that we stand ready as the commission and the committee directs for any implementation we might have in the future.
Okay, thank you. I think we're good to, thank you for the update. We're good to close out the item. The next one is 25.
Item number 25 is discuss take action on West Ave and Lower Alton Road, south of 5th Street to South Point Park, speed mitigation measures and traffic calming options.
That is Commissioner Magazine, co-sponsored by Vice Chair Suarez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At recent neighborhood meetings for both WAVNA and SOFNA, the resounding message was loud and clear that there are pedestrian safety concerns, material ones, specifically along West Avenue and the south of Fifth area. Jose, you and I have talked about perhaps having some pedestrian enhancements. West Avenue is challenging because we have a large comprehensive infrastructure and resiliency project that is planned. So we don't want to essentially recreate parts of the roadway that would, hopefully sooner rather than later, then be ripped up. But we do have a portion of West Avenue that is already completed. And I think there's some low-hanging fruit that we've talked about that can really enhance public safety in that area. Very dense family area. There's a 3-acre public park right there, so it's accessed by a lot of children, a lot of families. In South Point, you mentioned that there is going to be a more comprehensive project that is not only in the works but is forthcoming. So maybe if you could just talk to where we stand specifically on removing a lot of those orange cones that, in talking with your team and talking with Public Works, that seems like they're just forgotten about. Right? We don't know who put them out there. They're blocking crosswalks. So I'd really like to get an inventory of where that stands. And then perhaps having an elevated crosswalk going from the west side of West Avenue into the entrance of Canopy Park that will also serve as a speed mitigation measure. And then some of the projects that are forthcoming in South Point.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, committee members, Jose Gonzalez, Transportation and Mobility Director and Interim Parking Director. So we are working on both short-term and long-term measures to improve pedestrian safety, calm traffic in the neighborhoods West Avenue as well as the south of Fifth. I'll start with the West Avenue neighborhood. Something that we recently completed was to restripe the crosswalks, the lane lines, and the stop bars at all the intersections along West from 8th Street to 13th Street. For many years, we've been waiting. All of us are waiting for the West Avenue project, but we know that's been delayed. But it got to the point that that pavement striping was essentially non-existent. So we've gone back and with one of our contractors restriped, as I mentioned, the crosswalks, the lane lines, and the stop bars at various locations between 8th and 13th. And then something that we're in the process of exploring, as you mentioned, Commissioner Magazine, is the feasibility of a raised crosswalk on West Avenue between 6th Street and 8th Street to provide access to Canopy Park. It's currently a mid-block crosswalk. It's at grade, just simply striped. And what we would like to do is to raise it, to construct a raised crosswalk there. We've got capital funds for that improvement, and it would be great to just get a motion from the committee to proceed with that. And then we'll work full throttle to get that raised crosswalk in between 6th and 8th to improve access to Canopy Park. And then, of course, the West Avenue project itself will introduce bike lanes, it will widen the sidewalks, it will introduce canopy, and all those are elements that will help to calm traffic and just make the street more livable, if you will. So that's the update on West Avenue. And then in terms of the lower Alton Road, south of 5th neighborhood that I know you're interested in as well, I'll start with something we recently completed. We restriped the crosswalk at South Point Drive and Alton Road. There were concerns with safety there. That's a little bit of a quirky intersection. There are two crosswalks that meet almost like a V. And so, and they were red brick crosswalks, but not highly visible, particularly at night. So we our contractors and restripe that. That's already done. Something that we're actively working on, as you mentioned, is the traffic calming for the entire south of 5th neighborhood. We're actually going to be going into construction in the summer. In just a couple months, we're already working with our contractor on that. That project, which has gone through community meetings with SOFNA, it was also a commission directive. That project proposes to implement 11 or speed cushions at 11 locations throughout the neighborhood, and there is a map that's attached to this item where you see the 11 speed cushions that are proposed, at all the streets. Pretty much every street is covered within the south of 5th neighborhood. And on a parallel path, we're working on the long-term improvements. So the short-term improvements are actually rubber They're modular, they're rubberized speed cushions. The permanent project, which will follow the short term, will basically implement the traffic calming improvements, but on a permanent basis using asphalt or concrete. And that's a capital project, and it's going through the capital budget process for funding, because that's a major investment. But at least we'll be able to implement the short-term traffic calming by this summer. And the other thing I'll mention is we've got another capital project slated for the south of Fifth neighborhood, as well as the Flamingo Park neighborhood and the entertainment district, and that's what we call a pedestrian priority zone. That project is essentially just clearing sidewalks, moving poles out of the way to try to really establish a clear 5 to 6, ideally 6 feet, clear path along all the sidewalks with no poles or any obstructions to that pedestrian path. And then as part of that project, it'll be we'll refurbish all the crosswalks, we'll reconstruct ADA curbs to make sure that they're ADA compliant. So it's really a project to promote walkability in the south of Fifth Entertainment District and Flamingo Park neighborhoods.
Excellent. Thank you. If I could just follow up with one question, Madam Chair. I think in possibly our first meeting that this new committee convened, we had a decision on Alton Road further up north. I want to say somewhere in the 40s, 50s, or 60s, because of the noise that was being produced on Alton with some of the rubber speed humps. We actually faced the difficult decision of removing that. I'm going to guess, but I'd like your expert opinion, because the speed in some of these areas south of Fifth is much less than it was on a high-trafficked, high-velocity area like Alton Road. It wouldn't create some of those noise issues, but is that something that we're at least cognizant of?
Well, it's a different device. So let me clarify that. We are not proposing for West Avenue or south of Fifth the rumble strips, which is what you're alluding to, that were installed by FDOT on Collins Avenue. Those rumble strips are actually asphalt material, and they're intended to create a rumble noise, if you will, as cars travel over them, and the faster they travel, the more noise they create, but they have that quality of life issue because of the noise. So you'll never see the city proposing that treatment on our roads. That's more
Excellent.
of a
Thank
DOT on a state road, and as you mentioned, those were quickly removed.
Yeah, on two roads, they were on Pine Tree at one point, and they were removed because of the noise, and then on Collins in the 50s. Vice Chair Suarez.
Did you need a motion for the raised crosswalk on, you said you?
That would be great, yes.
I'd like to make a motion.
I'll second that.
All right. So with that, we'll close out this item, and then we'll go to item number 21.
Item number 21, discussion regarding the creation of elected neighborhood advisory councils in the city of Miami Beach.
And Commissioner Fernandez, this is your item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In our community, we value very much resident input, resident participation, feedback from those who ultimately have to live with the decisions that we make and that our government makes. Several communities throughout our country, even around the world, have created this form of neighborhood advisory councils that are elected by the people and provide advisory guidance to the legislative bodies. I know in LA they have them. In Seattle they have a version of it. I believe in DC they have their own version of it. And what I see here, the intent is truly to enhance our democratic process, our residents' voices, to provide a voice for neighborhood-specific concerns in our larger city planning and the decision-making process, and to help push for resources that different areas may need, whether it be improvements in public safety or improvements in infrastructure, or in recreational and parks facilities, it helps further enhance community engagement. And I see it as supplementing, in part, kind of the work that our neighborhood associations perform, but in a more formal way, in a more democratic way, ensuring that there are defined boundaries, fair elections, so that everyone feels properly represented, and proper noticing of meetings, so that everyone is able to attend discussions and never feel left out. And so it's been done in other areas. I wanted to bring the idea to the table to get feedback from the committee and from our city attorney and our city clerk. I see we have our chief deputy city attorney, Nick Kalergis, here. I think Nick, together with the city clerk, have been doing some research on this, and I'd like to recognize you both through the chair to speak to us a little bit about the research you've done and what findings you may want to share with us.
Hi, thank you. And I think Coconut Grove might have a village council that's also elected by the people.
Interesting.
Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nick Kalergis with our City Attorney's Office. We looked at a couple of different models, primarily the Washington, D.C. model for Commissioner Fernandez's item. And in Washington, D.C., 5% of the residents of a particular neighborhood can petition for the creation of an advisory neighborhood commission. These commissions are elected. From what I can tell, they have between 7 and maybe 11 elected members each, and their purpose is to make recommendations to the DC, to the district council on issues that impact their neighborhood, ranging from planning issues, streets and sidewalks, sanitation, public safety. The DC charter specifically provides for the creation of these advisory neighborhood commissions, and they're also there's an office that oversees them and has a budget, so they do have access to DC funds to perform their work. Each individual commissioner on an advisory neighborhood commission is elected to a 2-year term. And as of today, there are 46 advisory neighborhood commissions throughout DC. I'm aware also of Madam Chair of the organization in Coconut Grove, and I did a little research on that. And it's actually an independent organization that has petitioned the city of Miami to conduct elections for them, and then the village council makes recommendations to Coconut Grove. Something that the city of Miami Beach has done over the years is to appoint ad hoc advisory committees, sometimes standing committees, to look at particular neighborhoods, such as the Mayor's 41st Street Committee, the Mayor's Ocean Drive Task Force and ADCD Committee, and we also have right now the North Beach, the ad hoc North Beach Advisory CRA Committee. So there are a couple of different forms that this can take. At this point, we're seeking initial direction from the committee of where you'd like to take this.
Thank you. And Mr. Clerk, I don't know if you have anything you'd like to add on to that?
Nick said it perfectly, but my research indicated that the reason that DC went towards this model is because there was a lot of duplication with the neighborhood associations, with the groups. So they were having the same meetings, giving people belong to 2 or 3 of the same in their neighborhood. So this was the way that DC thought it was better to just do it one time.
And thank you for that, because that certainly is one of my concerns. When you have overlapping stakeholders and overlapping interests, and so which one becomes the official voice of the neighborhood? And we've seen that happen throughout our city at different times. You have competing associations representing the same geographic area, and they claim to be the voice for that area. And it leaves us then in a difficult position. Ultimately, we are the voices because we're the ones that are entrusted by the public, but on a citywide basis. I think also of the community councils in Miami-Dade County that besides the districts that they have in Miami-Dade County and the Board of County Commissioners, all of unincorporated Miami-Dade County is divided into different community councils. And those community councils are divided into different sub-areas to ensure that throughout the community you have fair representation. I think this is a little bit different, though, like, for example, to the North Beach CRA or to the 41st Street Ad Hoc Committee or to some of these others, in that we appoint the individuals to these committees. The whole point here would be for the community to be able to select who they want representing them on a larger scale. Like, for example, in North Beach, let's say we create one for North Beach. Then North Beach be able to elect from their own area individuals to represent them there, who can then give us some feedback on planning and development matters or improvements that might be necessary. They need better roads, or they need improved trash collection, or they want to see a change in the use of public spaces, whatever it may be, that it be more organic and more democratic from the community. So I'd love to hear some feedback from this committee regarding this. If you all feel it's a good idea, we can research it further and come with a more formalized proposal. If you all don't feel it's a good idea, we can leave it here, but I'd certainly welcome the feedback committee.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Vice Chair Suarez.
Fernandez, for the well-intended intent of this idea. I think one of the issues is there was competing interest of HOAs, and it's my understanding that a certain HOA has to go to the state to get approval to be a neighborhood association. Is that correct?
An HOA can take a number of different forms. They're not required to, voluntary HOA of neighborhood residents is not required to go to the state. But if an HOA wants to be a mandatory HOA with dues, with restrictions on what you can and can't do in your neighborhood, that may require state approval.
Yeah, so my concern is that, we have these long-standing HOAs like SOFNA, WAVNA, Flamingo Park, and they do a great job already with representing the neighborhoods. And I certainly don't want to try to usurp their influence that they've earned over the many years in advocacy for residential rights. To a certain extent, Miami Beach is a very small little island. I mean, we're only 7 square miles. I don't know if it would be in our best interest to make more government and more elected official positions for different neighborhoods, considering we're such a tiny little island. But again, look, I understand the intent of it. It's better and proper representation, and I understand that. But I think the HOAs that we have now, they work, and I certainly do not want to usurp them in any way through a bureaucratic process. I'm curious to know how the rest of my colleagues feel about this.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Magazine.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm probably going to bridge the gap here. I actually really like Commissioner Fernandez's idea of having an elected process, right? I've thought about this over the years where it's like, well, this is the neighborhood association, like you're speaking on behalf of a bunch of people under what authority? But in the same regard, we do have a lot of long-standing community groups that do a lot of work, and I do worry about having too many cooks in the kitchen, if you will say, or a lot of competing interests or usurping their authority. And Mr. City Attorney, maybe you could, Deputy City Attorney, opine on this. What if so some of the HOAs and neighborhood groups do things differently. Would there be appetite to essentially say, to be recognized by the city commission as, an advisory stakeholder, this HOA or neighborhood group has to have some sort of election process?
I think we could look at that as far as, do you mean as far as like, if you want to register with the city as an official city recognized HOA, you have to meet certain qualifications. We could look at something like that. I don't think we could prohibit the inverse, right? If a couple of impacted residents, organize and incorporate an association, I think they can still appear before you and appear before their government. But as part of a city recognition, something we could look at.
Yeah, and I think that's where I'm at, where unless we would be willing to change the entire system and say, we're gonna go to this model and discourage or not recognize any HOA or neighborhood groups, I think we'd be getting into too many stakeholders and too many cooks in the kitchen. But to your point, Commissioner Fernandez, about the democratic model, if you wanted to explore urging or even requiring our neighborhood associations to have some sort of elected process, I'd be interested in exploring that further.
And I'll make a comment here. So I, too, when I first read through this, was thinking, well, we already have neighborhood associations. A lot of them have bylaws. They have elections. The people in their neighborhoods are electing for them to be on that body, and they meet with us and have representation at City Hall, and that's for each of the neighborhood associations. Then there's MBU, Miami Beach United encompasses the entire beach, and then if we were to have this process, then they would be bound by sunshine laws, that it would change and maybe bring more bureaucracy, which is not the intent. The intent is we want to make it better. So, colleagues, what do you want to do with this item?
Maybe we could even ask the sponsor, after hearing our feedback, where's your head at this point, Commissioner?
Do you want us to hold on to it for another month or two and see if we can come back?
I'd love
Commissioner
to hear,
Bott?
yeah, from Commissioner Bott.
And then before I hear anybody, it's 12:30. At 1 o'clock, I have 2 items for Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, and it's spring break stuff. And we still have about 6 items that we need to do, and I'd like to get those wrapped up. Commissioner Bott.
Thank you. So can I just understand better how this would work? Would this be a quasi-judicial role?
No, these would be, as proposed by the sponsor, these would be advisory committees.
And I think you said that the elections would be held with assistance from the city, or did I misunderstand that?
Right. These would be elections held, I mean, I don't know how DC does it, or how Seattle, or some of these, but I believe is through the city.
Yes.
That's right.
Or the county.
So hypothetically,
in our case,
they'd
the
be on
county,
the ballot.
yeah.
they'd be on the ballot when our city commission and mayor were being elected.
That's right.
Okay, and so, and then would city staff be required to provide briefings and the same kind of inclusion in dissemination of information be available to the city, to the neighborhood councils in the way that they are to elected officials and neighborhood associations?
I mean, I would say we could craft it to be anything that we want it to be. If we want them to, we could, if we decide to move forward with this. If we don't want it to, we don't.
So I think the intention is completely fabulous in trying to get people involved in a way that they feel is representative of their needs and desires. I have a lot of concerns about adding an additional layer into the process. I mean, it's one thing if you're saying we are going to get rid of the neighborhood associations in favor of this. I don't think there's appetite. I don't think that's your intent at all.
Absolutely not.
So I have so many concerns. One of, we can't even get people to volunteer for very time insensitive board or committee positions where you're only required to be at a meeting once a month with a very prescribed set of interests. I don't think the staff is structured, our city government is structured to have another layer of government. If you take a neighborhood like North Beach, there are so many neighborhoods within North Beach, and to have somebody who might live in a walk-up apartment on Harding and 85th competing for neighborhood-wide, so North Beach-wide awareness against somebody who might live along the golf course and somebody else who might live in a condo on the beach. I think it's like a mini citywide election, asking for people to put their own time and money into this in a way that makes things wildly unfair. And for that to be, which is already a problem when you're trying to find good candidates to run for office, it's very challenging. And so to be asking for that for people who are already strapped and for time and would need to try to combat some deep pockets, I don't see how this would work. I definitely see how it would work in some place like Seattle that's got 1 million residents or close to 1 million residents, or unincorporated Dade County where there's no real conduit to their city, to their county government, as I learned firsthand trying to deal with something for my employer in OGIS. There's nobody who would take accountability for it. So that there would make a ton of sense. But here where we're, around 80,000 residents who all of us have, everyone's cell phone is in everybody else's directory. So I appreciate the intent, but I'm deeply concerned about how this would work in practicality.
And that's fine through the chair. I like some of the feedback that I've received today, especially as it relates to, facilitating a process perhaps for noticing homeowners, neighborhood association meetings, and some of the other feedback. So perhaps can we keep this item on the agenda just so I can bring back something that incorporates some of the feedback that we discussed today? I do also want to put on the record, the state does have a process, I think it's chapter 720, that talks about homeowners associations, but that's like when you're creating a development and you have docks that you're creating and all that. That's usually when you're about to build, not in an as-built community like ours. So like, for example, my homeowners association, the Bayshore Homeowners Association, that's not governed under 720, which is the Homeowners Association Act. That's a neighborhood association. It's a volunteer group. It's like a civic group. And that's what we have right now. We have civic groups that aren't truly formalized, but we can help them. And that's what I'm going to work on with some of the feedback from you all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we'll defer this for next meeting, and then item 26.
Item number 26 is to review and discuss the city's 2015 modal prioritization strategy.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I placed this item on the agenda because a number of years ago, I think it was almost 10 years ago, there was a workshop to discuss the hierarchy of our modal options. And at that time, it was determined that our top priority, which I don't think it's wrong, but our top priority in our modal and in our master plans for mobility would be pedestrianism, and then bottom on the list was vehicular traffic. I've placed this on the agenda because I have concerns. I don't know what type of unintended consequence this has had on traffic in our city over the past 10 years. I think if we look at traffic in our city over the past 10 years, I think we can probably all easily agree traffic has gotten worse in our city over the past 10 years. And, while perhaps we shouldn't be taking priority away from pedestrianism, perhaps we need to be putting some more priority than what we are right now on vehicular traffic in our master planning as we go about planning our city and approving developments and otherwise. And so with that, Madam Chair, I'd like to recognize Jose Gonzalez to guide us a little bit with this.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon again. Just by way of very brief backgrounds, and at the risk of stating the obvious, we know that our roadways are constrained with little to no opportunity to widen our travel lanes. Our roads are operating at or over capacity every morning, every afternoon, particularly during high impact periods. So one way that cities have have approached this to increase the capacity of the roads is to try to shift trips from single occupant vehicles to other modes of transportation, such as walking, such as biking, scooters, other micromobility devices, and transit, primarily transit. Transit is the most efficient way of carrying a lot of people at the same time. So that was really the thought process back in 2015 when we were embarking on a transportation master plan and we had a decision to make, which is what do we prioritize for? And so we felt that was a policy decision that needed to be made. And back then we brought that before the city commission after a workshop. We held a commission workshop on transportation. And that's really what led to the creation and the adoption of the current modal prioritization strategy, which is pedestrians first, transit, transit and bicycles second, and private vehicles last. Again, the intent being to try to fulfill the vision of being a less car-centric city. So that was really the impetus. And I just want to mention we were, and I believe still are, the only city in Miami-Dade County and in the state of Florida that has such a modal prioritization. So that policy, which was adopted by resolution of the City Commission, was the framework for our master plan. We then developed a master plan that has a robust project bank. It's got over 100 projects, and those projects are prioritized per the adopted modal prioritization.
Let me ask you this. So for example, and I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes, and we have public comment. That's what I was going to call next, but go ahead, Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. Yeah, because part of the reason why I sponsored this and placed this on the agenda is because, those projects, like for example, we have a number of GLB projects, like for example, like the 41st Street project. Would that be one of those projects that is guided by this master plan?
I would say to some extent, yes, because it's a project that is prioritizing widening the sidewalks, trying to make the corridor more walkable. So it would be a project that would align with the modal prioritization.
So that would mean, like, for example, when we're talking about, when people tell us that they're concerned about the removal of parking spaces on 41st Street because of the widening of the sidewalks, it's probably related to this master plan, to this prioritization that we've established.
It prioritizes pedestrians, yes.
And that's the concern that I have, that we have to be balanced about this, because it does have unintended consequences. I'm not saying that we should look at taking away prioritization from pedestrians, but perhaps we need to go back and look at our prioritization of of private vehicles, because right now we're prioritizing freight trucks over private vehicles. And that's putting commercial interests ahead of the interests of our residents that are sitting in traffic every day trying to navigate our city. So it's something that I think we need to be mindful of, that we probably need some feedback from the administration on how to fix this and how to address this properly. And with that, Madam Chair, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. We have public comment on Zoom and in person.
Okay, we have in public comment, if we can please hear Joanne Moore. PJ, if we could please unmute her. Oh, Johan.
Good afternoon.
Johan Moore.
Thank you very much, Chair and the committee, staff, Johan Moore. I feel like one of the issues with this proposal is the perception of it. I know some of us were alarmed initially at basically along the lines of what, you're going to downgrade pedestrians? But I think if the intention, as I'm seeing, is in fact to increase focus on reducing the problems associated with traffic, then this is not, in that case, misguided. I think we also have to distinguish between short-term and long-term effects. If we take away parking, clearly in the short term, we risk increasing traffic as people drive around looking for spots. But in the long term, that may incentivize, or in the medium term, incentivize people to use other modes of transportation. I want to just reframe it briefly by saying too many pedestrians is not a problem. too many cars, or, as the commissioner just pointed out, heavy vehicular truck traffic is the problem. So I think if we can focus on ways to mitigate, especially that truck traffic, and getting us back to this earlier idea of passenger ferries across the bay, maybe in fact cargo ferries across the bay is a good idea. My final comment is think about cars and reducing them in the context of public transportation, though. My idea that I mentioned on Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez town hall the other day of hitting up enough developers who want to build mega projects, urging that those be incidentally mixed income, but then requiring them to pay into a Miami Beach transit fund to finally get us a streetcar system that may not then subject us to the county's override if Baylink comes here, might be a way forward. So I just urge you all to think critically about how we best address reducing car traffic while not, of course, inconveniencing people any more than need be. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Matthew, did you want to speak?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for taking public comment. I'll be brief. When I saw this item, I was very concerned. It's not a good look, first of all, to be the only city in Miami-Dade County, perhaps the whole entire state, with this priority on looking to relieve traffic by promoting pedestrianism, by promoting public transportation, bicycles, and micromobility. The one thing I'll say is this city has always been a leader in the state of Florida and around the country. And this is a place that, despite slow implementation of some of our master plans, we made a lot of progress in shifting mode. And especially in South Beach, for example, we don't have the same amount of traffic concerns that we sometimes see in Mid Beach and in North Beach. And a lot of that is because of the multimodal nature of the community, whether it's the residents, the visitors, the employees. So I just ask you all to look at this very closely. There was a lot of community buy-in when this was developed. There was workshops, there were charrettes, there was a big push for this. And if it's going to be reversed or perhaps removed or changed, there really needs to be that same buy-in from the community. Thank you.
Okay, and we have one more public comment. Dave, if we could have Dave be unmuted. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for hearing this item and continuing to dig deep on traffic. My name is Dave Grieser. I live at Meridian and 18th Street. I think that when we talk about the efficient ways of moving people and the way to reduce traffic, I think we all know this is a puzzle with difficult and perhaps non-existent solutions in certain respects. I always like to think of the three neighborhoods of Miami Beach as sort of three different experiments. And if here, I think South Beach actually has had some successes. As a resident of South Beach, when I move within South Beach, whether that's in my car, on foot, or by bicycle, we don't frequently have a traffic problem here. Yes, the streets are busy. I mean, it is a large population city, but we're not usually choked, with the exception of the entrances to the bridges. And if you look at the census data, we're both the highest population, the highest number of visitors, and then the highest impressive feat. And I think for a large part, the reason we're able to escape some of the worst of Miami Beach's traffic is because such a high percentage of our trips are presently made on foot, number one, and then by bike, scooter, and other micromobility devices. So I think that, in however we want to re-envision this moving forward, we should just really be data focused and looking at some of the successes our city has already had implementing the early stages of the bike pedestrian master plan, which in South Beach I think has worked. So anyways, thank you very much for continuing to dig deep on these projects. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. Mr. Vice Chair.
Mr. Vice Chair, did you want to speak?
Yeah. traffic is bad. Let's not kid ourselves. But I don't think it's necessarily because we've prioritized pedestrians or e-bikes over cars. I think that has a lot to do about people can't afford to live here, you know. And why is there so much tremendous traffic in the morning, or particularly around 5 o'clock during rush hour? It's because everyone's leaving. They're leaving the work, their jobs here in Miami Beach because they can't afford to live here. And so, you know, I think that's where my colleagues, you know, should really focus their attention on, is building workforce housing where people can actually live here, and specifically workforce housing that doesn't involve cars or parking, where you're based, you know, you incentivize places to be built that is geared for people that actually work here and want to live here and want to walk or use micromobility to get to work. You know, Miami Beach has 2,200 employees. Yeah, most of them drive into Miami Beach, and you know, that causes a lot of traffic issues. Imagine if we had real workforce development where they're not, I'm not talking micro units. Perhaps, you know, you have something dedicated for even the city of Miami Beach employees, where, you know, they can work and walk to work, which would be a tremendous relief on our roadways and for our residents on the road. So I like the plan as it is now, where we have pedestrian priority. I think Commissioner Fernandez walks in the morning, I walk at night. And, you know, I truly enjoy my walks in the evening, and I know you enjoy your walks in the morning. And, you know, that's I think our priorities are straight in that. But look, I totally understand that there's definitely concerns with traffic. Obviously, it was like the #1 issue talked about in my campaign trail. But I think the root of the problem is people needing to want to afford to live here, so that they don't have to take a bus or a car to the mainland.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. So a lot of the traffic, I feel as well, is the commuters. Yesterday, I had an event with the GMCVB. It was over at the Port of Miami Terminal, and it finished about 5:45. And then I was driving back. I breezed onto the beach, and then it was bumper to bumper traffic. It's all the commuters, people that work at all of the different hotels and restaurants, the hospital, that don't live here and have to drive off the beach. So I agree with having better housing options for everyone, but something has to be done about the commuters. Commissioner Magazine, did you have a comment?
Yes, and then Commissioner Fernandez, do you want to pop in, or hear my comments first?
No, I love the feedback of the committee.
Yeah, I think I love that we're addressing traffic. I think the overwhelming majority reason why we have it is just a colossal urban planning fail. We have 50 people, maybe 60 people in this room today. I don't mean to turn this into a circus, but quick show of hands if anybody walked here. Anybody. One person. This is City Hall, where hundreds, maybe thousands of people come to work every day. And we have no housing in proximity that allows employees to work. So those are hundreds of cars just from our municipal employer traveling back and forth across the causeway every day. And we are built for that, right? We have maybe 6 parking garages within 8 blocks here. So I'll save that soapbox for another day. I'll continue to hit that. But a quick question, Jose, more related to this item. What are examples, tangible examples of since 2015 where we put forward this master plan and we've prioritized pedestrians over vehicles? We did that, and perhaps how that has negatively impacted traffic. Everything.
So a lot of the projects that we've implemented, we haven't come to a decision of do we sacrifice a travel lane for walkability? I think that we're facing more of that when there's a potential bicycle lane, for example, that could be implemented, but in order to implement it, it would require potentially either eliminating a travel lane or eliminating parking. And we've had a few of those over the past several years. One example that comes to top of mind is Meridian Avenue. Meridian Avenue, right here next to us here in City Hall, used to have more travel lanes. And we eliminated one travel lane in order to accommodate the green bike lanes, protected green bike lanes with armadillos in both directions. That's one example of a project where something had to give, something had to be sacrificed in order to align with our modal prioritization. We don't have too many of those, but perhaps the next item is one where we're going to be faced with that question, and it's about Collins Avenue. And in order to accommodate a bike lane, we would have to remove either parking or a travel lane. And those are very difficult decisions. And we're at that point because I think we've done a lot of the low-hanging fruits. Those projects pretty much have gotten done. Now we're at the crossroads where in order to get more bike lanes in order to close gaps that we have in our network, we're going to need, something's going to have to give.
But can I just jump in there, Madam Chair, just to ask a follow-up question to that? Does our transportation master plan and this, transportation mode hierarchy, and does it in any way influence our comp plan?
Does it influence our comp plan? Sure it does. The comp plan and the transportation master plan have a lot of synergies, if you will.
Right.
The comp plan
And
has a
the
transportation
comp
element.
plan, Mr. Attorney, or Jose, you probably answer this. The comp plan influences our land development regulations, is that correct?
That's correct.
And our land development regulations determine development and the amount of parking requirement that we're gonna have and the amount of density that we're gonna accommodate in our city, does it not?
It can have those ramifications.
And so, that's important for us to consider. That, sometimes when we see certain things, certain developments that, are proposed certain ways, or we see, certain things in the way that our city is being shaped, that then we complain about and we don't understand, or the public complains to us about and we don't understand, is because it's based on the master plans. The master plans that we commission, that we adopt, that later on get incorporated into the comprehensive plan, and that larger visioning document that is our comprehensive plan directly impacts our land development regulations. And if we're saying we're going to be making private vehicles that our residents drive in even lesser priority than freight vehicles, even lesser than freight vehicles, then of course we're going to end up with a city that properly doesn't consider the impacts of vehicular traffic in the developments that we're approving. And I think that is a concern that we all have to be aware about, because I do think that there is a nexus between this and the city that's being shaped for the future.
Thank you. Great discussions, Commissioner Bott, and then we'll close this item out.
So thank you for the segue mentioning freight traffic, because I think one of the things that we've looked at the least as a city is the fact that we let trucks of any size stop wherever they want to. I mean, I drive from North Beach to City Hall every morning, and there's always a bottleneck on Indian Creek heading south or on Collins, where some delivery vehicle has stopped, and that effectively blocks off a lane of traffic for maybe as little as 5 or 7 minutes, but it causes a jam that goes back to the 71st Street intersection. So if there's a way for us to enforce that freight vehicles have to pull off the road, that would help. That's an executional operational thing that would help a little bit in the short term. That's not a long-term vision plan, but you guys have all heard me say, everybody's heard me say ad nauseum, we've got a plan for the city that we want to be, not patchwork the city we are. And we will never transition to a city with more affordable housing, with more multimodal options if we don't make the hard decisions now. And it's transitional and it's messy and no one's going to be happy with every decision. But, you know, one of the other recurring complaints is that we have people, you know, driving the speed of light, and especially on some of the main corridors like Collins and Indian Creek and Alton Road and West Avenue. And by encouraging more multimodal opportunities, more protected shared use or bike lanes, by removing a lane of traffic, so not deprioritizing cars, but making them feel more thoughtful about how fast they're going to grow in these residential areas, that maybe that's a way to kill two birds with one stone. So we definitely need to make sure what we're doing is holistic. My question is something that was planned or envisioned in 2015, you know, here we are 9 years later, is it still relevant? I mean, the world has changed very significantly since 2015, and now there are plenty of additional options that might not get us to the same place as where we might have been in 2015. So maybe it is a conversation that needs to be had, just to make sure that what's in there is still what we want to prioritize, whether that is re-examining the role that cars play in our transportation, or reimagining how to speed up some of the multimodal so there are better, safer options for cars, or for people who would otherwise be taking their cars.
Madam Chair, if I may?
Yes.
Just to that point, and this conversation is actually very timely because our master plan is 10 years old now, or almost. It's eight and change. We're going to be updating it. It's due for an update. So the conversation about what to prioritize and how the next iteration of the master plan should look like is actually very, very timely. And the way we did it in the past, as Matthew alluded to, is through a lot of workshops. We held community workshops, meetings, commission workshops to try to get that policy direction.
And and when is that scheduled to begin? Because I'll tell you, just my concern is, I don't want to see us deprioritize pedestrians or transit or bicycles. But I do think it's unfair to our residents who are sitting in traffic saying that they are a lesser priority than freight vehicles. You know, I'm sorry, it's just a total disconnect from the reality that our residents and our constituents are living. Yes, the reality is, pedestrianism, bicyclists, that is certainly priority, transit, but that doesn't mean vehicles should be last. And that's what I think we need to re-examine, is the prioritization of freight vehicles versus personal vehicles, because that's how we all get around. I mean, frankly, we all live in the city, and I think probably on this day, there's probably only one of us that came to City Hall today on micromobility and a mode other than a car. Actually, probably also Mark Fishman, two of us. So, but we're still not there yet. And workforce housing is going to take decades before we're going to have the workforce housing that we need in order to truly accommodate this. So in the meantime, we have to deal with, the reality also of climate change. It's hotter and hotter out there. We're already getting heat advisories, and it's just not conducive to a lot of people to get around the city by bicycle or by foot. So we still need to be prioritizing private vehicles. What's going to be the next step on that master plan, so then the chair needs to move on with this meeting, because she's... So what's the next step for the master plan?
Well, we have to engage a consultant. We have the
Okay.
funding for it this fiscal year, but we haven't engaged a consultant yet. So it hasn't even started. The update hasn't started yet.
Okay, what can we do to expedite that? Because I'll tell you, as you well know, transportation, mobility, it's a top concern in the city at the moment.
So our goal is to adopt the transportation master plan update by the 10th year anniversary of the current one.
That's next year.
But it is a long process. The prior one took well over a year to complete, and all the way to adoption. So now's the time to begin.
Okay.
So will you keep us informed through LTC?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Great conversation. We'll close that out. And item number 19, welcome Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. You had to work today, and we're very happy to have you here.
Thank you.
Item number 19, discuss whether the city charter should be amended to provide for an even year election.
So I know that no governmental reform is easy. And I'm actually not asking you to weigh in on this. I'm asking you to allow the residents to weigh in on it, which is a very different thing. This is an item that I would like to take to a vote of the people, and let me explain the various reasons why. Number one, if we move to even years, okay, and if we put it on the ballot so that people can weigh in, we would have an increased voter turnout. Rafael Granado, could you enlighten me as to how many people come out to vote in an even year versus an odd year?
Yes, Commissioner. Good morning, everyone. I have statistics regarding even-numbered years. Again, in even-numbered years, the elections are held with a primary in August, and the general election is in November. In 2016, the primary had 20.48% voter turnout. The general has 72.4% turnout. In 2018, the primary had 21.35% turnout, while the general had 56.92% turnout. In 2020, the primary was 28.27% turnout, while the general was 74.59%. Last general election that we had in 2022, the primary election countywide was 19%, and the general election was 46%.
Thank you for those statistics. So, as you can see, we're already in a little bit of a quagmire because our election supervisor has told us that we can no longer have a 2-week runoff. It has to be a 4-week runoff, which means that there will be all hands on deck, and our poor city clerk will have to work through Thanksgiving in order to hold an election. I don't think that, well, we did not agree on that. We have not changed any dates to date. We might be changing it to October. An October election means even less of a turnout. I am not asking you, once again, to make this law, because we are not making it law. What I am asking you is to allow our residents to simply weigh in on this and allow them to determine if they would like to be able to vote. When you look at the numbers in the runoff then, if let's say that you have an August primary, then the runoff becomes 56% of our general electorate versus in the odd year, I think it's like 10% that shows up in a runoff election.
It's a little higher than that. The lowest we've had in the past few years has been 2015, where we had 1164. But usually it's between 13 to 17% in the runoff.
Okay, so we might have 13 to 70% versus 56%. And we would not have an added cost to our city if we follow the August and November elections. So what it does is it takes a runoff that has an incredibly small turnout with 12% of the electorate deciding everything to really every resident of Miami Beach, or the majority of our electorate, actually weighing in and deciding. Now, I know that this is controversial and it's difficult, and even if it passed at referendum, that does not make it law. It could pass, and then we could choose not to make it law, and at that point, you can kill it, you know, if you don't want this type of reform. But I don't see any harm in at least allowing our voters to weigh in on this. And I don't know how you feel about it, but I mean, having 56% of our electorate would represent how many voters right now,
Mind you,
Mr.
those
Granado?
statistics were from countywide, not just Miami Beach.
Can we extrapolate
We could.
to Miami Beach?
We have roughly 45,000, between 42,000 to 45,000 registered voters in Miami Beach.
Now, many of you are concerned and you say, wait, this would increase the cost, but actually it will not, because the general election in August in a primary, and by the way, that saves you August and September and October, our hottest months on record from standing outside. It would shift everything. If we if we made this change, and I forgot my line of thought, you distracted me, Commissioner Suarez, with your giggle. But it was a really good
I
point.
believe you're referring to the cost.
What?
The cost?
Oh, the cost? No, I mean, the cost would decrease dramatically, but, the cost for a candidate. We're only having in the primary election 18 to 20% of the voters turn out. So you're really hitting the same group of people Do you understand what our even years are? And so anybody who's concerned about the cost, it would be the same cost. You wouldn't even have a different cost because in the August election, you would get something akin to odd years. And by the way, we're spending a tremendous amount of money on capital, on education. The cost savings of that election, why not just apply it to some of our educational initiatives or maybe some of our multimodal initiatives? But at any rate, this is not, once again, I will say, it is not about asking you to approve this now. It is about allowing the voters of Miami Beach to weigh in.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. First, I saw Commissioner Joe Magazine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. City Attorney Kalergis, voter election items have been discussed at the Charter Advisory Committee. Did this make it on?
No, Commissioner Magazine. The Charter Review Board discussed moving to even numbered years and ultimately did not recommend it.
But yes, it was discussed.
But it was discussed.
Okay. I'd be hesitant to just say, okay, this board that was tasked to look at this recommended against it. Why I personally don't like this is it partisanizes nonpartisan elections, right? That's exactly what it does. There's a reason we have these in odd years, and it's because our positions are nonpartisan. It's not Republican or Democrat of how you want to fix your sidewalks and your city streets. And moving it into an election cycle aligned with partisan races partisanizes a nonpartisan race. And that nowhere was that more transparent than just this past election cycle. You saw seats flipped that were traditionally held by Democratic mayors across the country or across the state, because without the Democrats going forward with presidential primary, it depressed Democrats' turnout, right? And it skewed the election results from long-standing held positions across the state. And that is because when you have it in line with your national politics, your national races, your state races, it partisanizes what are nonpartisan seats. And that is my biggest reason why I'm against that, is because I want to do what's right for our local residents, and I want nothing to do with national politics one way or another. And I think that this really partisanizes our races.
She wants, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez wants to respond.
I have a solution to that. And you want to hear what it is, Commissioner Magazine?
Yes.
There is no letter next to your name. So when a Democrat goes to vote or a Republican goes to vote, they don't know what your party affiliation is. They don't, because it doesn't say it on the ballot, which in effect allows for a fair election.
Vice Chair Suarez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But to that point, Commissioner Gonzalez, is that sure, there may not be an R or D next to your name, but there will certainly be mailers in your mailbox, saying that you are, I don't know, a rhino or a dino or anything to do with national politics, and they will attack. I mean, they attacked me for being some, MAGA nut gun-toting criminal. And I can only imagine what that would be like during an even year, during a very heated partisan election. And so I definitely have concerns that it would turn our small little island nonpartisan elections into basically a partisan race. Another couple issues I have with this is, right now, I mean, one of the biggest complaints in campaigning was you got your mailbox flooded during the odd years. I mean, imagine how much more marketing, pollution that you would have if everything was just bunched up into the even years. And it would be nauseating to the point where you're having to compete with a presidential election to get your message across. and I don't think anyone here wants that. Another issue is, I think the data suggested that it's much higher turnout with the even years. However, the way I look at that is that should be the same, but it's not. I mean, the same amount of people that vote in even years should also be voting in odd years. And the reason why that is because the delta of the two, they're the ones who don't really follow Miami Beach politics, where they don't go to the ballot box on odd years, and either they don't care, uninformed, a mixture of the two. But what I've realized is that the people that go to the ballot box on odd years really care about Miami Beach, and they are the ones who are engaged in the process, and they move what they think is best for Miami Beach forward, not just the people who vote in presidential elections, because there's literally billions of dollars of marketing that goes on a national scale. So, I don't think it would be wise of us to move forward with that for many of those reasons stated.
Thank you. Before we take public comment, I will say I ran in a special election and it was in an even year, and the turnout for voting in my election was it was either 15 or 18%, which is higher than normal. In Miami Beach, it's 11%. I was on the same ballot as the mayor and the governor, and not the mayor, the governor and other senators and things of that nature. But what happens is people don't vote all the way down. Like, they do Republican or Democrat, and then the rest, they throw it out. So to your point, the turnout was about the same, because those people that care about Miami Beach are going to vote in the even year elections, but it was only a slight uptick compared to our regular municipal elections. Okay, we have public comment.
We have 2 public comments. If we could hear Wayne Roberts, you have 2 minutes, and if you could unmute yourself.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I respect all your opinions. I think the current situation has its advantages in the sense that the people that really care show up. But we live in a democracy, and the higher the count, the better. Whether they're educated and involved on a local level, I think they should have a say, and they don't today. And the election turnout is horrible. It's terrible for what exists for commissioners today, relative to the percentage of active registered voters. So if we move to the even years, we would have 2 times the voting counts. And I love Laura, but I disagree that 60-70% more turnout than average is still a higher turnout. And the Herald ran an article that there would be a lower turnout because of the lack of time to engage the community. So, there was a lot of, false statements and positioning for this. And I would also say that on a counter statement to Joe's statement, that the reality, our streets aren't clean. Our investments in our public buildings aren't made. That education is lacking for not only the county, but the city. And if special interests that are very interested in the politics and voting during commission years is not so strong, that the commission and the city will have to answer to a larger audience, and that they have a say that will inflict a change that's positive, and that investments in the streets and the police then will be more relevant than special interest objectives. So I'm a strong believer.
Thank you for your comment. If we could hear Bruce Backman, if you could please unmute yourself. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I strongly agree with Commissioners Joe Magazine and David and Laura. For one thing, this past mayoral election taught me the vicious partisanship nature when actual party officials get involved. I will not name names, but they absolutely did. It was horrible. I totally oppose the idea of trying to get uninformed voters to vote. The whole point is you should get those voters informed and encourage them to participate in the elections as they are currently structured. We should try to keep our elections nonpartisan. Please keep the system as it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
It seems like there is no support, but I will tell you that in situations like this, I feel like this could be a call to arms for me and others to put this on the ballot ourselves. I need to find out exactly how many petitions that I need to have signed. How many petitions would it be right now if I were to start now?
It's 10% of, I can't tell you, it's 10% of the registered voters as of the last general election. I would have to look that up.
So, you know, I am committed to working, even if I have to stand on, you know, a Publix myself and get these signatures, recruit other people to get these signatures, because for all of us to say that less voters is better seems very odd to me about the odd years. I just don't understand why in a democracy we would want fewer people to weigh in. So I'm not saying I'm going to do it because I don't know how many petitions it is, but I'm thinking about it, and I would like to recruit people who believe in democracy to help me. And sometimes, you know, when there's a little anxiety or possibly some fear surrounding something, we just need to take the power to the people. And I think that might be the case right now. I see some of you nodding your heads like Daniel Seraldo has agreed. Maybe he'll get 100 petitions there. And a young gentleman here in the green shirt, you're nodding like you want to get some petition signatures. So I am not going to give up on this. And I hope that I don't think I can get it on this ballot, but you know, and the stakes will be higher if I don't, because then if I wait to the presidential, and then, you know, so I could potentially, I think my best bet on this, if it's 10% of the electorate and I wait to the August election and we get 20,000 people and I need 10% of the electorate, then that could potentially be 2,000.
No, it's 10% of the general election. As of the last general
10%
election.
of the general election.
As of the last general election.
So it could be as many as 7,500 signatures, but it is not impossible. It is not an impossible feat because I saw Jonah Wolfson do this once and put the Convention Center Hotel on the ballot. And I'm going to take this as a challenge, similar to the Lincoln Road. And I think that you will see that the popular vote will be with me. And this is something that I have to consider making a massive effort for. I could potentially raise money for this. And, you know, I am serious about this. You know, you would save me a lot of sweat and a lot of conversations that are going to take place around this city if we could put it on the ballot. So I don't know what the resolution is here.
Commissioner, do you want to move this to the full commission? with
Yes,
an
I would. I would like to
unfavorable
have this
recommendation?
conversation again. And I know that there's companies out there that get petition signatures. So anybody out there who's listening who would like to donate some money to put it on the ballot, I need your help and I need it for Miami Beach because we need the majority of our residents to weigh in our elections.
Thank you, Commissioner. So this will go to the full commission for discussion with an unfavorable recommendation. And with that, we'll move to number 16.
And Madam Chair, just for clarification, was the vote 2-2, is that right, or?
Yeah, so that it could go to the full commission. Yeah.
Got it, thank you.
1-3, no?
So in order for it to go to the full commission for a discussion, I voted for it to go to the full commission. And then 2 no.
Okay, 2-2.
You're not even gonna let me discuss
It's-
it? I can put it on myself.
I
at
did.
the-
No.
oh, okay,
Could-
all right.
And just to clarify, with a 2-2 vote, it will go to the full commission, but with an unfavorable recommendation, unless by majority vote, you'd like it to go
I
no
am
no
fine with
recommendation.
that. I'm taking my message to the general
Because
meeting.
if I would have voted no, then it would have died. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Dominguez.
Okay, on to item 16.
Item number 16, discussion regarding a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, establishing the Ad Hoc Nightlife Industry Task Force Advisory Committee for a period of 1 year, subject to earlier or later sunset by City Commission, to advise the administration and City Commission of nightless issues and to provide a forum to address quality of life affecting our residents and nightlife business owners, and prescribing the purpose, composition, powers, and duties of the committee.
So this item first came up in December of 2022. It's sponsored by Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. Tee it up.
I have brought this is not the first time that I have brought this item before the board, but I do think we have a willingness now to have these conversations. There is a disconnect between the policies that we pass here and our nightclub industry. And actually, as a matter of fact, it's hard to get the nightclub industry together to have any discussions because they're probably sleeping while we're having meetings because they work at night. But this task force is crucial because when we do pass spring break policies, so that we're all on the same page, we can actually refer to the nightclub industry, explain to them what they're doing, have them let us know how they feel, have a dialogue about it. And when we have incidences like the one that happened last week, with the shooting that we had last week, we can have that conversation. It provides us a forum to have that conversation. And it actually allows the nightclub industry to tell us, okay, this is what, Miami Beach is, this is what our cops are doing good at. And this is where they could, step it up or do some work. Maybe they'll have conversations about, the price of off duty, but we're never going to be able to have those conversations if we don't have a forum. Now, I know that the composition of this committee is very weighty with 15 members. We could, between now and when I pass it to, if it passes to the full board, I can change and simplify the composition, but to get 15 nightclubs there, I think would be very robust, and I would actually shoot for it. And see, I don't know what the quorum is on this. What is the quorum for this? Mark? Are you sleeping on the job? What were you doing during this conversation when I need legal advice?
Communicating
I'm
with one of your
reaching
colleagues.
out. I'm not being heard. That's how I always feel. It's okay. Okay. So Mark, what is the quorum right now on this board that we're proposing? Do you know?
I don't know the answer. Let me
Don't know the
let me
answer.
take a look at it.
It's
It would be
15,
the
but that's not
it'd be
quorum.
majority. Do we know how many
It
members?
would be 7 or 8. We'd have to have 7 or 8 majority. I could make it smaller, maybe make it 10 people. Yeah.
Yeah, so if it's 7, it would of course be 4, and if it's 8, it would be 5 for quorum. Thank you.
So, but I do think that it's important to have to refer this stuff to, because we never have the nightclub industry here. We impose all sorts of restrictions on them without getting their feedback. And, and then we can have this conversation, like for you, because Commissioner Bott, you mentioned, for example, the amount of money generated versus the expense of all of it. That's something that they need to know, because if we are going to impose restrictions on them, then we have to say to them, hey, you're not passing muster. We're spending more money than you're bringing in terms of taxes. So I think it's a positive thing. I don't know how you feel.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think it's a great idea too, particularly at a time when there's been past discussions on changing and evolving the type of nightlife that we have. And just like it's important for us to hear from them, it's even more important for them to hear from us and what the city and residents want out of their establishments. Colleagues, any comments?
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. The one feedback that I've heard, even over the years as this has been kicked around, is that it could create some potential sunshine violations. And I just maybe want to get legal's opinion on that, because if, let's say, the owners of Club A and Club B are on this ad hoc advisory committee, it could put them in some unforeseen situations where even when they're not at the committee, if they are just talking about general industry matters or general city matters away from this committee, that it could they could be constrained or caught in some unintended consequences. So fully supportive of the idea. I just want to make sure that we're considering all things.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, Commissioner Magazine, that's correct. If the members were speaking of some item that's likely to come before them in their official capacity, that could be a violation of the sunshine. That's correct.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just one point to pop into thought is expand the notion of nightlife, because there are now increasingly number of clubs that are daytime operators, and so it doesn't need to be a club that is only operating literally at night. So it's more sort of the entertainment slash nightlife ad hoc.
Okay, so with that, okay to move to the full commission? All right, so we had a time certain, sorry that we're behind. We'll move on to item number 24.
Item number 24 is discuss the potential implementation of a bicycle lane on the west side of Collins Avenue as a part of the upcoming Florida Department of Transportation Resurfacing, Restoration, and Rehabilitation project on State Road A1A Collins Avenue from SR 907 West 63rd Street to 75th Street.
Thank you. I didn't realize that Commissioner Fernandez was not here, and that's his item. Huh? Okay, Jose
I'll
Gonzalez.
call him.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. So the Florida Department of Transportation recently approached us with an opportunity to implement a bike lane on the west side of Collins Avenue from 63rd Street to 75th Street as part of an upcoming resurfacing project that FDOT has. And so they conducted a planning level analysis, if you will, and determined that in order to accommodate that bike lane on the west side of Collins, it would require the elimination of 75 on-street parking spaces along the corridor. Clearly, we have concerns with the loss of on-street parking. However, this is a once in a many-year opportunity to incorporate a bike lane along a primary north-south corridor. And again, it's a project that was recommended in our bicycle pedestrian master plan, in our transportation master plan. As we know, there are a lot of people that commute by bicycles. In North Beach particularly, it's an area of our city where there are households that have no vehicles. And so bicycle mobility is a very popular form of getting around in North Beach. This project will certainly facilitate that, but we just wanted to have, to bring this to your attention and have the conversation with regard to the impact, which is potential loss of 75 on-street parking spaces. What we would do to try to mitigate some of that is that we would look at the cross streets to identify any opportunities to squeeze in, accommodate additional spaces if they're feasible. And we would do that analysis in the immediate future, because we would want to, and the last thing I want to say is FDOT actually requires a resolution of the City Commission in order to move forward with the bike lane.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez, this is your item.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My apologies. I was grabbing a bite for lunch, so my apologies. But this is a good opportunity for our city. The fact that FDOT is going to be doing this work for us to be able to expand our bicycle network. I think it's important for us to consider certainly the impacts that this could have on on-street parking, but see what could be done to mitigate that. We've been advancing so much. And so from 26th Street to 41st Street, that's almost completed by FDOT, where we're going to have bicycle lanes, or they're already there. The bicycle lanes are there from 26th to 41st. We're going to be going from 41st to 63rd. That's a project that's already been conceptualized. It's approved. It's got great input from the community. To be able to go now beyond 63rd up to, 75th Street?
Correct.
Up to 75th Street. It doesn't get us to the very, end of the city, but we're getting there. I think it's an opportunity. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't be exploring other local roads further inland that could accommodate this. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't be, seeing parking demands. What other local roads may have less parking demands. But in the meantime, this is an option that we have on the table to expand the network, complete this port, or not complete, but further expand the Collins Avenue bicycle lanes that we've been advancing on, and perhaps provide a release valve to some of the congestion that we experience on the beach walk. So I'd love feedback from the committee on this.
Commissioner, is there any public comment? Commissioner Bott, you speak, and then we'll take public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to put this into context, why is this a once in a forever how long opportunity to jump onto with FDOT?
Well, the FDOT project is currently in the design phase, or they're about to start design, so the timing is right. Once Collins Avenue is resurfaced, we probably won't hear from FDOT again, at least to redo that section for another 10, 15 years.
And we would need them to approve, if we were going to do it ourselves, we would need to sort of reopen the conversation and say, we want to do this anyhow, and can we get your permission to do it?
That's correct, and they're amenable.
And so, and we already have the lower part of Collins Avenue where there is a bike lane already in place in the lower part of Collins Avenue.
So from 26th to 41st, it's in construction.
It's in construction.
From 41st to 63rd, it's in planning, still very preliminary. That's part of a major reconstruction of Collins Avenue in the Mid-Beach area, which is it's a major capital investment, and that project is not fully funded for construction yet. FDOT is still in the preliminary design phases, if you will.
But it's, the other parts of Collins are going to be made into, have bike lanes or multimodal option lanes, so bike or e-scooter or whatever. It's coming.
Eventually, yes.
Okay, so it's not a question of if we should do it, it's a question of how we should get it done. And if this opportunity presents itself to get it done efficiently without additional headache, then that should be seized upon. Is there an opportunity to, in addition to investigating the side street parking options, which should be done post haste? I mean, that should be, the next time this comes up for conversation, we should have a sense of the 75 proposed lost parking spaces. We can make up for 30 of them without even doing anything major, whatever the right number is, because that will influence residents' concerns. Is there also an opportunity to investigate, again, going back to this idea of if you reduce one lane of traffic, that makes speeding less of a concern. We don't want to tie the city up in gridlock. That's not the goal here, but is that something that could be investigated as part of this proposed action?
I believe it could be, Commissioner. That would require a separate analysis that FDOT would need to conduct. They have not conducted that analysis. I think from their perspective, between eliminating a travel lane and parking, they feel that parking is the lesser of the two evils.
Well, I understand, if I may, so I understand that's how they would feel, because their concern is how do we move the flow of traffic.
Right.
However, for residents and businesses who are operating there or living there, it may be nice to have slightly slower traffic and still be able to park and have people come patronize your restaurant or shop at your store. So I don't know how big of a deal it is to have them do that analysis, even if it's a pretty cursory one, so that we can make a better informed decision about what our options are and how to best proceed. I think my guess is that there's going to be appetite to take this opportunity as it presents itself, but it may not be completely clear what the best, if you could even just minimize the lanes of traffic by a foot or two on each side, which wouldn't remove a lane but might slow things down a little bit, and then also find 30 parking spots in the neighboring streets. Maybe it's some combination where it's not all of one or all of another that would actually yield the best possible outcome, which is sufficient parking, slightly slower rates of travel, and a bike lane.
Thank you. All right, so public comment, and then we'll hear from Vice Chair.
All right, if we could hear Valerie Navarrete, you have 2 minutes, and please unmute yourself.
Thank you. Thank you all. I would like to propose an alternative. How about the medium on Indian Creek? That would mean not taking parking space and not taking a lane from Collins. And also that median could start it at 41st Street. So we can have that all the way to 41st to 71st on the medium, and then the streets slow down after that. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Suarez.
That's it for public comment.
Oh, okay.
If we could have Dave unmute himself. Dave, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Dave Grieser, South Beach resident. I think this is a really exciting opportunity to connect South Beach to North Beach via sort of a continuous bike lane. We're getting there. You know, you can go from South Point through the Ocean Drive bike lanes all the way up to 15th Street, and we're starting to see this patchwork grow north. This would be an important component of that to get us to North Beach and really make that connection for the people that commute between the two areas. And, you know, for the incredibly busy traffic times, being able to hop on a bike and sort of skip the traffic is an attractive option for a lot of people. The beach walk has, you know, comes up in conversation a lot. This is a great opportunity to get the fastest users, the people riding their devices the fastest on the beach walk, to move them over to Collins. So there's just a lot of synergies and a lot of multiple birds that can be gotten with this stone. So thank you for your all consideration. Have a great day.
Thank you. Vice Chair Suarez.
Yeah, can we do public comments? Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, everybody. My name is William Quinlan. So I'm a resident of Bay Shore, and I commute up to North Beach, where I work at the band shell. And I, almost without question, if I can, I take my electric bike. I find that regardless of the weather circumstances, the time of day, the traffic conditions, it is faster and more efficient than driving. Recently, I've had to cut back on that path because the conflict points on the beach walk are what they are, and the traffic enforcement on that road is sort of changing my own commuting patterns. So I am really pleased to see this plan. I would like to make one recommendation for the commission. When you make your own recommendation to FDOT, as I look at their proposal, the biggest failure point that I see in their design is that it's not protected bike lanes. Maybe that would be protected with a lane of parking and getting rid of one of the traffic lanes, or maybe it would be protected by taking away the parking. The on-street parking with 30-mile-an-hour design speed traffic has a lot of conflict points. There's always somebody getting out of their car where you have to, you know, swerve out of the lane or whatever. It's pretty bad. But if you have a bike lane where you won't have any protection from the vehicular traffic, what that will turn into is something like what we saw on the Venetian Causeway, without the armadillos, like lots of conflict points. Whichever poor tourists are brave enough to ride their city bikes on might, you know, get struck by traffic. And then, of course, eventually it'll just turn into a loading zone for Uber Eats deliveries, right? Like we need, if we're going to do something with bikes, please don't half-ass it. Like really put in good facilities that will keep bicyclists comfortable, safe, efficiently moving traffic north to south on our tiny little island. It is the most efficient form of mobility. And I'm really excited. I think this is going to be a really good down payment on connecting the other expanses of Collins Avenue, right? Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I'll be brief. First, I want to thank Commissioner Fernandez for bringing this forth and being the sponsor. As you know, a resolution is needed from the City Commission for this to proceed. I just want to talk about a couple of things that were mentioned. I heard safety and speed. If you look through the scoping report from FDOT, which is a planning document as they begin these long-term rehabilitation projects, they note the speed limit is 30 miles an hour on the stretch of Collins Avenue, but the design speed, what the road is actually constructed for, is 45 miles an hour. That's the reason why you have speeding. So in addition to perhaps looking at a bicycle lane on here, you can try to you could ask them if they can design the road as they rebuild it so that people don't feel comfortable speeding. Because the other hours of the day when we don't have congestion, you have people who are speeding. And then lastly, we heard about parking and that issue there. I did note in the memo, it talks about there's a $55,000 potential impact. So we take $55,000 a year divided by 75 spaces. These spaces are worth $700 each. That's nothing in a city of this size. Just want to thank you. I'm going in circles here. Thank you. And, the bicycle lanes, they will connect to other lanes under construction, and safety is important as well. Thanks again.
Thank you. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's funny that our first item on this committee was blue zones, and a big tenet of blue zones is not having to drive and walking and biking to wherever you want to locally, and becoming more healthy and active in your community. And the best way to do that is to really encourage more walking, biking, and really getting out of your cars. That's my first point. The second point is we've seen a lot of issues on the boardwalk, and why do e-bikes and bicyclists and scooters use the boardwalk? Because it's easy, it's a straight shot, it's safe, and unfortunately that doesn't mix well with pedestrians, especially elderly pedestrians on the boardwalk. So I don't necessarily like the idea of moving it to Indian Creek. I think it should be closer to the nearest road, which is Collins Avenue. There are other cities in the United States that are leading the charge on this. For example, Austin, DC, Denver. I looked up in DC, Mayor Bowser and DDOT celebrate 100 miles of DC bike lanes on Bike to Work Day. And so, there are other cities taking us out to lunch on resiliency and walkability and micromobility across the country. Really being 7 square miles, it's really a no-brainer for us to really embrace this sort of way of life. And lastly, what our parking director and our transportation director said, this is sort of like a once in a lifetime opportunity. And I'm not sure if it was colleague Bott who said, we need to make the hard decisions now. Mm-hmm. And I think, this certainly is a hard decision for the loss of parking, but I think it's true. It really is the right step forward for progress in our city. So I'm gonna have full support on this. And I appreciate Commissioner Fernandez putting it forward.
Okay, we're running very low on time. Colleagues, what would you like to?
Can I just chime in
Yeah.
for a second? Because I completely number one appreciate the feedback from the committee. To Commissioners Suarez's and Bott's point. I think we lose a tremendous opportunity not moving forward with FDOT in this opportunity. I do agree with Commissioner Bott. Perhaps what we could look at is a redesign of Collins Avenue in this portion, so that we can achieve slower traffic, having a dedicated facility for bicycles, and still preserving the parking that's needed for the businesses. And doing that type of redesign kind of gives us that hybrid that we need, that preserves parking, gives the bicycles some sort of facility, but we do the infrastructure redesign necessary in order to slow down traffic and make it overall safer for people in general.
So is it to bring back the item for June 5th with suggestions?
Well, when is the deadline?
FDOT begins design in, I want to say, September of this year. So we've got only a couple months. What we can do is we could approach FDOT with potential, see what opportunities there are to redesign
Right.
along the corridor and come back with their feedback.
Because I will say, so Commissioner Bott lives in North Beach, and she gave all of her
Yep.
feedback. All of the emails I received were from people who live right there, and they were a resounding no. And all of the people that we had in public comments, none of them live there, so they're not affected. So I'd really want to make sure that we come back with something that the people who actually live there and are affected are comfortable with it.
But Madam Chair, if I may, the no's that I got, and I agree with you, we got emails saying no's, their concern was loss of parking.
Right.
But if we can somehow reconfigure the roadway so that you can still preserve the parking and provide this,
Okay.
it could be a win-win solution.
So let's have this come back June 5th and see what progress you've made on the redesign. Okay, so with that, we are going to call item 31, 11, 33, 10, 29, and 30. And the first one that we'll hear from those after they're called is 11, because Melissa needs to leave. Okay, Stephanie?
Okay. So item 30, I'll read 31 and then 11 as well, since they'll be combined. Review the measures implemented during spring break 2024 to see which ones worked and which ones did not. Item number 11, which will be presented by Melissa, will be discussions regarding future spring break marketing campaigns.
She's calling them all, but we're taking them one by one. So first one that we'll hear is 11. And 11 is sponsored by Commissioner Bott, co-sponsored by Vice Chair Suarez, Commissioner Magazine, Commissioner Fernandez. And Melissa Berthier, if you would tell us any updates.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. Madam Chair, Commissioners. We hope not to get back together with spring break, so we want to continue the breakup, not go through any rebounds, and just open to your feedback.
Thank you, and Madam Chair, if I may. We are finding ourselves in this weird dialectic opposition where this was a tremendously successful campaign. Numbers were off the charts. It got a lot of attention, good and bad, but it certainly accomplished the goal. What I would encourage us to do as we move forward is to, and I know that the team went through the agency's DEI review process, which was great, but I think there might be some additional sensitivities here in our South Florida community, in our Tri-County area, that we thought we would get covered by a national DEI review that we just didn't. And I think that unintentionally, we've, I wouldn't say burned bridges, but there are embers. And I want to put those out before they grow into a roaring fire. I think the idea of we're breaking up with people until you can get your act together is great and is universal. And I think it's just a tweaking of how we massage the language and maybe some of the tropes that we use. And that is a conversation, you know, speaking as a former branding and marketing person, I know very well the campaigns designed by a committee are destined to fail. That's not what I'm advocating here at all. I don't want to put that fear into anybody. But to, at some point when it's pretty well baked, but there's language and semantics and visuals that could still be adjusted, so that we, you know, our own immediate community, the Black Affairs Advisory Committee or designated representatives thereof, and also our larger Miami-Dade County community representatives get included in the conversation before it ships, so that if there are any landmines that we can avoid, that we do. Because the unintended consequence in this case was that we, you know, the Goodwill ambassadors were held back this year, and we definitely need all hands on deck. That was the short term, but the bigger impact is we want to make sure that everybody understands that this is a wildly welcoming community, and we don't care who you are, what you look like, what you believe, how, you know, who you choose to love, any of that stuff, as long as you play by the rules of engagement. And so I think it's a very fine, nuanced conversation to have, and not everybody communicates the same way. So I want to just make sure that that's the message that everybody is hearing. But I love the campaign.
Thank you, Commissioner Bott. Colleagues, anything to add?
Yes, Melissa, incredible job, incredible. What do you need from us? What can we do? One thing that I'm thinking is, do we wait until so long next year? You have such momentum, continue it on. Drop another little ad that we hope to go viral where it's like, hey, just reminding y'all, we're pretty happy here with our new boyfriend or girlfriend or whatever it may be. I'll leave that to the expert. I won't step in your lane, but maybe we don't wait so long and we let you continue on this fantastic momentum that you've already built.
Thank you. Well, we are working on a tourism spot that's, again, a little more positive this summer. But when you said, you know, what can you do to help, we would love to get direction as far as what are we implementing? What are those parking restrictions? Are we saying expect curfews? What can we say? Because we would like to launch with this campaign in January as opposed to March 1st when the video hit this year. So really we would love direction, at least my team, we would love to start developing the campaign this summer. So whenever you
And I
all-
guess where I was going with that, Melissa, is do we almost start our campaign now, right? It's not talking about, oh, there's not going to be any parking restrictions, but just planting that seed month by month, quarter by quarter, that we have no intention of going back to our previous fling of spring break.
I'm good with January for that. But again, we would need direction in terms of what's the messaging. And we would love to have that pretty baked because making changes, you know, is difficult once we have that production.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Whatever you guys did was great. You know, we're still broken up, okay? Don't text me, whatever message. You know, what I think the firm that you used, go ahead and use them again.
VML will be, hopefully.
And give them a bonus, okay? Whatever you need to do what you did last year, I think was great and effective. And you have my full support.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Fernandez, and then one last time, and then we'll close this out.
Thank
Or bring
you.
it to the full commission, I should say.
Thank you. And I got the intent of my colleague, because we certainly need to walk in the shoes of the diversity in our community and understand the experiences of individuals that have had experiences that aren't the experiences we've had. And so we need to see it through everyone's eyes. I do think the success that we experienced last year is that it was professionally driven, not politically driven. All that we did last year was that, you know, I placed a resolution on the agenda asking all of you to leverage a relationship that we have to get funding and to do this advertising campaign. And the rest of it was non-political. It was no advisory committee. It was not the city commission. It was just creative driven, professionally driven. And we had already taken some decisions. Like, you know, by this time last year, we had already decided to proactively endorse a curfew for spring break. We did that a year in advance. We were already talking about some of the parking restrictions. And so that was able to be baked into the messaging that was put in that commercial. I think that's where we belong. Setting the policy that's going to be implemented during spring break with professional guidance, but not getting in the weeds, too in the weeds of the messaging, because that's just best handled in the hands of these large firms that understand DEI issues well, that understand public perception well, and that already delivered us success. I think we need to continue in that path. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Bott, and then we're.
Just two very quick things. First of all, some of the things that we've talked about over the last 6 months or 5 months since the new commission was formed was this notion of, you know, adhering to our rules every day of the year, on every corner. And so not to derail what you're doing for spring break, but if there is an opportunity to sort of, and this may be a budget conversation for next year, not even this year, but, you know, maybe we should start thinking about this idea of reinforcing that message throughout the year, not just in advance of high-impact weekends, but that's just like conversation for later. Second of all, I will say that what I'm suggesting is not politically motivated. I will tell you that I've worked on many multicultural campaigns that were handled by a national agency, and we got the Spanish language wrong because it was reviewed by somebody in New York who's from, the focus on Puerto Rican stuff for a campaign that is in Texas, and it's Mexican-based Spanish, and it's a very different thing. So this is not a political thing at all. This is not trying to do anything other than to make sure we're hitting all the notes we're supposed to hit to make everybody feel welcome. And that's all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And then you'll keep us updated. Some of the other items are probably going to help answer messaging, and if not in a future commission meeting, it will. But
I'll be
keep up the
listening.
great work. Thank you so much. And I know that you need to head out. The next item that we'll hear is item number 31, and it was Mayor Minor's item from January, co-sponsored by Commissioner Fernandez. So if you would tee it up, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in January, the mayor placed an item on the agenda. There was a comprehensive item that I think encapsulated a lot of the initiatives that we saw during spring break. A lot of it was professionally from the administration. Other was stuff that we had already discussed on throughout the year. But it all got encapsulated into one item, and it almost became kind of like, the guiding document that helped talked about police, about parking, about goodwill ambassadors, and a host of other issues. When this item was adopted in January, we made a referral to this committee to review each one of these items and see where we are with these items. Were they successful last year? Do we want to recommend all of these items again for next year? Do we want to tweak some of these items for next year? I think we need to do that sooner rather than later. I think we should be sending from this meeting recommendations back to the city commission that can be adopted, that can help shape the messaging we send out there. Like, for example, curfew. The curfew, I felt, was something that we proactively endorsed last year, and the administration, together with the marketing company, was able to properly package it so that we weren't saying that there would be a curfew, but we would be saying expect for there to potentially be a curfew, so that people knew that that was in the toolbox. I think that was very helpful, and we should probably be continuing that for next year. I think we all agreed not to fund city-sponsored special events. And we were able to redirect those $3 million towards enhanced law enforcement. That's something that I think we should continue doing, continuing that enhanced investment in law enforcement. I think we learned also from some of the parking initiatives. I think that the garage closures in the entertainment district certainly were very successful. I think they had perhaps some unintended consequences on the workforce that we need to figure out, so that we don't hurt the workforce and the industry while still meeting our goals. But we may want to revisit what we did in Mid-Beach. Do we want to extend these parking restrictions all the way in Mid-Beach? Perhaps that was something that was too broad, too onerous, and we can, draw that back in a little bit more. One of the things that I feel that we certainly should be looking at is the implementation of the DUI checkpoints and the license plate readers. I think those started Friday nights, and I strongly feel that you start to get a feel of a change in dynamics on Thursdays, and that's something that I feel that we should be doing differently next year. If we're going to be doing these DUI checkpoints and these license plate readers, which I think we should. If anything, we should be starting them earlier and not waiting until Friday night. you know, these are some of the points that I think we had a very successful implementation of everything. I think these are some of the things that I would like to see tweaked as part of our feedback back to the city commission. And I'd love to hear the feedback from our colleagues so that hopefully something can be sent. That can be
I
adopted.
am, and Commissioner Fernandez, thank you so much for bringing this forward, and Mayor Minor. I agree with you on every single point. So I think everything that we did this year worked well, with the exception of closing the garages. I think it was too broad, and it brought on so many unintended consequences, especially in the Sunset Harbor neighborhoods, all of the exercise places, people couldn't park and exercise there. And then Live Nation had concerts going on, and there were people with tickets, and then exceptions had to be made. And same thing with New World Symphony and some of the museums. So the parking part became a nightmare. One thing that I also liked was that we had endorsed the curfew at your suggestion, and it made the curfew when it occurred not political, because it didn't point to the commissioners, okay, you vote for a curfew. The city manager and the police chief saw what was going on. They made the decision. I thought that was amazing. So I think we should bring this back to the commission with some of those recommendations so that we could discuss it as a body.
Yeah, very
Commissioner Magazine?
Yeah, very much so. Agreed just about every point, agreed with a lot of the chair's points. For the parking, I think the parking in the MXC was very effective, but agree with you in areas like Sunset Harbor. May have been overburdensome, so I think, yeah, so I think some of these just around the edges are things that can be worked out.
All right, so if we're all in favor, we'll move this one to the full commission, and then we'll move on to,
Commissioner?
yes.
On item number 11, what was the outcome?
So we're gonna close it out because she is going,
Is it going to go to commission or not?
We don't have so she'll know what our action is when item 31 is heard at commission.
Got it.
So 11 is closed, but 31 will be sent to commission.
And Madam Chair, can I just
Yes.
say one last point? And it goes back to Commissioner Bott's vision of this not being, you know, targeted or anything like this. You know, in the future, when this does go back, you know, this is spring break, but this is also year round. And at some point, we need to have a conversation on how we get elements of our spring break plan. And we find ways to randomly implement this year round. So this is not just about spring break. These are enhanced public safety measures that we need to be doing year round as part of our public safety efforts. That is the thing, that is the goal, overall arching goal of this city. But that's a sidebar topic.
Thank you so much,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez. So the next item that's already been called is number 33, and it's Commissioner Bott, co-sponsored by Commissioner Fernandez. Do we have any public comment so far on any of these
So
items?
far, we have not had
Okay.
any public comment.
Commissioner Bott.
Thank you. So, you know, the Goodwill Ambassadors are such an important part of any high-impact weekend where they are put into place. It takes an enormous amount of person power, whether that comes from the county or from our own staff who volunteered to get trained and then stand out and be the welcoming face of Miami Beach. It is such a great resource and program to diffuse things that could escalate quickly just by having a friendly face in basically friendly civilian clothes, sharing information before it becomes anything more than that. I want to compliment the city staff and employees who stepped up to the plate this spring break when we were forced to scramble. And hopefully some of them will come back even when we don't have to scramble like that. But I love the fact that our city employees and staff are so willing to step up in times of need. I also am really hoping that we're going to be able to restore our Goodwill Ambassador program with the county, and I know that the administration is working on that. And in addition, I think that it would be really a great way to reach out to higher education colleagues, universities, maybe even high school students, older high school students, anyone over the age of 18, to see if they would want to be trained to volunteer as Goodwill ambassadors, to have a broader mix of people who are in that role, to offer volunteer hours. Who knows what else can come of that, but I would love to see that. All of those things happen.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Bott. Yeah, I agree with you. It was very unfortunate that the county had turned their back on the city of Miami Beach during spring break. And what the city administration did under those conditions was unbelievable. And the CERT team also stepped up to the plate. My aide, Aaron Soriano, took the CERT training program for 2 days, and he worked as a Goodwill ambassador that entire month. He was so exhausted, and he did a great job. So I'm in full support of this, and I think that what needs to happen? Do we move it to the full commission?
Yes, please. With
Okay, we'll
favorable-
move it to the full commission. All in favor?
With a favorable recommendation.
With a favorable recommendation, all in favor? Yeah. Yeah, okay. So then we'll hear item number 10, please. And that is Commissioner Bott, co-sponsored by Vice Chair Suarez, Commissioner Magazine, Commissioner Fernandez. And it's parking.
I think we covered most of this in the previous conversation, just so that the unintended consequences of shutting down parking options on 41st Street, 17th Street, Sunset Harbor, and any other sort of anecdotal outreaches that we got. It might also be useful to let people know, let residents know a couple of months before spring break, as soon as we know, so that the folks who had weddings or bar mitzvahs or bat mitzvahs planned and didn't, aren't thinking about spring break, don't get swept up in this, so that we don't have so much scrambling at the 11th hour.
I support you.
Do you need me to make that motion?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Whatever Commissioner Bott just said, I make that motion.
Okay, and Albert, Jose, anybody want to make any comments?
That's good. Okay. Just want to move it on.
Thank you for all of your hard work. It was you and Monica were unbelievable.
Thank you very much.
Yes. All right, so
Can
we'll
we,
move
can
back to
we
the full
have
commission.
Monica come back for just spring break to answer all those questions?
Favorable? Yeah. And item number 29, please.
Item number 29, discussion to adjust beach closures hours by 1 hour during spring break to account for time change from standard time to daylight savings time.
Okay, and that is Commissioner Bott, co-sponsored by Commissioner Fernandez.
So this is a weird thing to contemplate, but it was pointed out to me, daylight savings, what? Daylight savings starts very early next year, March 9th, and for those people who are not here for spring break in particular, or people like so many of our tourists who are here for a family vacation from other countries and have no clue about the weirdness that we call daylight savings, and they want to go to the beach at 5:30 with your smaller kids because the sun isn't as strong and it's a little less crowded. We're like, yeah, no, you can stay on the beach, but you can't come onto the beach. So I would like, just as we contemplate the very many details that we're going to be putting together for spring break next year and going forward, that our beach closure time, and again, compliments to whoever thought of the idea of letting people stay on the beach this year instead of forcing them off all at one time. That was such a big win over last year. It was really remarkable. And just to tweak it slightly so that we just follow the daylight savings hours and stay open an hour later, so that people can make their way on in one of the nicest parts of the day.
Thank you. Hi, Liz, how you doing?
Good. How's everyone? So basically, that's exactly right. It would be during high impacts, instead of closing at 6 p.m., we would close at 7 p.m.
Yes, if I could add one thing, I say this somewhat in jest, but in years past at Sudnick Hour, I've brought up that all the resolutions and urgings that we do, that we should urge Tallahassee to consider keeping the state in daylight savings time year-round. Perhaps we discuss if that could be a legislative priority. It would be, I think, fantastic for our quality of life and for our tourism industry as well.
Thank you. All right, so we'll pass with a favorable recommendation, the 7 p.m. All in favor?
I'll get signatures for it if I need.
Just get Kristen to do it while she's doing the
Okay,
other one.
last item, item number 30.
Okay. Item number 30, discuss financial and manpower impact of extending law enforcement officers' initiatives to Thursday nights during the 2 middle weekends of March 2024.
This item is Commissioner Bott, co-sponsored by Commissioner Fernandez.
Again, I think this might have been covered in the previous conversation, but the idea of the very effective enhanced police presence on the causeways on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, to start it on Thursday, because we know that people come in and start doing silly things on Thursdays for a long weekend.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Yes, that's correct. We did notice, obviously, every year is different with spring break, with small variations between the weeks, but we know that we staff up for week number 2 or 3 generally, as it pertains to intelligence that we receive from the schools around the country that are coming to Miami Beach, or that planned spring break periods during that time. Adding a Thursday for us, we're in agreement, is not an issue for us. There is a cost to it. I just want to make the committee aware that for police staffing, overtime during that added 2 days of those particular weekends, and additional services that we ask for in terms of outside agencies, that cost comes out to about $90,000 each Thursday on average. So we're looking at about between $180,000 to $195,000 for those 2 days. To add that, if we were going to have the same resources, including outside.
But would you, through the chair, if I may, would we need the same level? I mean, it's not, could we do what we need to do on a Thursday night with like a 75% staffing level versus a Friday and Saturday? Or like Thursdays and Sundays are 75% and, or something to mitigate it, because Friday and Saturday are probably the highest issues.
Correct. So Friday, Saturday, and Sundays are our most challenging parts of the weekend. What we do on Thursdays is enhance staffing. But it's not quite the amount of police officers and visibility that you would see on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, as you did this past spring break season. But we can always adjust numbers here and there, and we'll figure it out. That's the bottom line. Thursday for us is not an issue in adding enhanced staffing.
I think that's money well spent. I mean, the data that you provided of what was stopped and intercepted before it came into the city, drugs, guns, booze, it's all good.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez?
I think also that maybe, when we form this nightclub task force now, let's just throw out to them midnight so that we don't have to go under a curfew. Because if it's midnight now and they know that they're going to be Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, closed at midnight, they can mitigate. They can choose that weekend to go on spring break themselves someplace else. You understand? But like what we did last time, which is like waiting and then implementing this curfew, I think that doesn't work.
Okay.
So, and by the way, you might end up saving money if we roll back the hours. You did try last year and it was unsuccessful. But I would say that let's get them to agree with it through this nightlife task force and say, here's what we're asking you for. We're asking you for these 4 nights. We need you to do this. We need you to know that it's going to happen. And then, if you add the extra police, like I think all together, it's just, but I think that is a key component. And we didn't have any restrictions on the Thursday night. And by the Friday night, we were obviously in curfew.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Fernandez.
And that is great feedback, and I think we all agree, and we agreed on the Thursday night. You start to see the change of the dynamics on Thursday night. The issue with us saying now, midnight, that we're going to close, that we're going to impose a midnight curfew, is that you can only react to it as we all know. You can't tell people right now, starting now, they're going to be closing them down during spring break at midnight. That's the challenge that we have. And if we say that now, we're going to be getting ourselves in trouble. In fact, it was so powerful to see the city manager, the police chief, having to sit on the stand and having to describe what it was that they saw. What was the change of dynamics that they saw? And that firsthand experience that they saw to justify to legally justify and create the rationale to uphold a curfew that was implemented. And so I think I agree with you, is that we can't say right now that we're going to do that, because I think we risk the success that we had this year, whether the court would have otherwise overturned it, I'm sure, and I'm not an attorney, I can't, speak, but Mark, I mean, if we would do it that way, I'm sure we're setting.
You're correct, Commissioner. We
Yeah.
can't declare the emergency or the curfew in advance. The most we could say is potentially, based upon the circumstances and conditions as they warrant, it could be implemented. But you can't do it in advance. You're correct.
Right.
Okay, thank you. And a question for Mark Fishman. Do we just close this item out? Is there a decision we need to make here?
This is also going to be heard at neighborhoods. It was, I'm sorry, at finance, it was a dual referral.
Okay, so we'll close it out here, and then it'll be heard on Friday. Okay, so with that, that item is closed out. Before we adjourn the meeting, Vice Chair Suarez has a comment.
We got an email today for a possible June commission move per Commissioner Fernandez. Since we're all here, can we discuss it here? It's a sunshine meeting. I think we can discuss it.
Ask the city staff.
June commission meeting or neighborhoods meeting?
So
It's
the
the
June 26th commission.
Oh, that would actually be something the city clerk and the city attorney.
The here
would
still?
have to do.
Well, can we just discuss it up here? Because we can't
Oh, the
discuss
city
it
attorney
between
said.
each other.
That wasn't noticed, okay.
Can we just make a motion to discuss it?
Good afternoon. I would suggest you hold off and discuss this afternoon when the mayor is present.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, thank you to my colleagues,
And I'm
Vice
sorry
Chair
for the
Suarez.
mess. I'm sorry for the mess with the change of date.
Okay, meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for your attention.
Thank you.